Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thanks for tuning in. Man, this light's bright. It's like all up on me. Uh, Thanks you guys for Man, this is really hard light. Jeez. Thanks for tuning in. We're just gonna go ahead and get started. I have no plans. I have no idea what's going on, so we're gonna wing it, and let's go. Let's add the second camera here to what I'm working on. I might just turn my light on. I was trying to have it look better, but it looks like duty. And then we're going to go ahead and we have a guest waiting in the back room. Let's go ahead. Adam, Comics with Drew. What is going on, my man?
Man, it's about time you got here. I'm like in your house before you are.
Yeah, no kidding. Me and the wife were watching Terminal List, and we're like watching the first episode. It ended, and then I was like, okay, I got to go stream in 10 minutes.
What do you think about that?
I watched the first episode. I'm hoping it was intense. And I'm a big baby, but I was like, it was intense that first episode. So I'm like, they got to give me some wins or something, man. The way they just left that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I stopped watching that show. I watched I think I watched 3 episodes of it.
Okay.
And now and again, this is not to say that it's a bad show. It's just not my jam. And
Yeah.
The reason it's not my jam is because I think it doesn't make a lot of sense. So, I mean, oh geez, how do I get some water in this? That's stupid. Anyway, this is why you use Bristol board, by the way. So how did this episode end for you?
The first episode, spoiler alert,
everybody,
is it ends with his wife and daughter dead.
Okay, all right. So,
and I was like, bruh,
well,
I don't need this in my life right now.
No, I feel you. I totally feel you.
I heard it's good. So I'm just like, I might stick it out for another episode and we'll see.
Well, it's good. It's good, but here's my problem. First of all, it looks like it's shot through a potato. Am I wrong, or does that show look like it was shot through a filthy lens?
I don't know.
It looks so dim and dark and dingy. I don't think it's my television.
Okay.
So, it's just it just looks terrible. And so here's that. Okay, so there's that part. So I'm already struggling to watch it because I cannot stand watching any kind of television production or film that looks like it was shot literally in the middle of the night with a candle. And so that's my first issue. My second issue is that when you have a show like this where clearly you have a villain who is just nearly supernatural in their things that they do that are evil, and they seem to have everything figured out, and our hero has to be literally on his toenails at all times. I feel like you need to have a very, very good reason for that. And I don't think that show does. So I finally got fed up with it. After about 3 episodes, I just went and read the synopsis of what happens the rest of the season. And so to me, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but to me, it doesn't make sense for them to kill his wife and daughter. And so it's like, if your issue is with the SEAL team, clearly they wanted to kill all the SEALs, right? Okay. So they kill all the SEALs in that team. Do they go and kill all of their family members? No, they don't. So why are they wanting to kill Chris Pratt's family? It doesn't make to piss him off.
Okay.
I mean, it's like when you take away the man's reason for living, it doesn't work in your favor. So anyway, so my brother, he of Yellowstone fandom, was like, oh man, no, it's a great show. And I'm like, so I told him, I said, okay, well, there's this. I mean, he's watched the entire thing. So I said, this happens and this happens. Why does it make sense for them to do this? And he goes, well, because you need to have them be bad. And I'm like, that's not a good reason for them to do that. For them, you need to have them be bad. That's nuts. That's like, well, they're just the bad guys. I'm like, that's the reason, because they just want to be bad guys in our story. And I'm like, no, it's idiotic. So anyway, so it's not for me. I understand why people like it, and I understand that there's a big section of people who are out there to defend Chris Pratt and all of his clearly super hyper religious, super Republican beliefs. Uh, so he can do no wrong, and it's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But it's just I just couldn't. I wasn't feeling it. And it's like, have you seen Yellowstone?
A few episodes, a few of the first episodes.
Okay, so my wife has a rule that she hates watching animals suffer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you recall, Yellowstone opens up with a horse severely, violently, graphically injured. And so it's like, no. I turned it on, and immediately, 30 seconds in, she's like, I'm not watching this. And so it's like, it doesn't matter what happens to the rest of the show. So there are several shows that start off like that. So Luther with Idris Elba,
Mm-hmm.
Dead Dog. We don't
Oh,
watch
God.
it. I've never seen that show. Beyond the Dead Dog. House of Cards opens up with a dog getting hit by a car. Never watched that show. Yellowstone opens up with a horse graphically, brutally, severely, mortally injured. Never gonna watch that show. So, but yeah. Thank you again for coming to my Drew Talk. But go ahead.
No, I totally understand, man. I totally get it. Let's see if this will show up the blue. I'm trying to get my cameras right. Even though I save the settings, I always got to tweak them every time I start. So it's just a pain in the butt. So what you working on? You still working on that character sheet?
Yeah, this is Zoe Brighton. Now, Zoe Brighton, there's a girl that I have seen in real life that looks just like I want her to look. So I'm trying to approximate that. And I mean, I saw her at a restaurant one time, and she was working at this restaurant. I'm like, my God, she looks just like Zoe Brighton. So I'm trying to kind of get some of the vibe of what I recall that she looks like. And because I don't think this is her exactly, and it's hard for me to fix it because it's so small. But I'm trying to get her at least straight on in the face. So because it's a very specific kind of look that I'm really going for. So and I don't want to stalk people by trying to chase them down on social media.
I have no idea what I'm working on. I'm just gonna wing it. I didn't have any plan or anything. I was like, I gotta do an art stream, so let's do it.
Yeah, gonna move this over here a little bit.
Yeah, Dragon Pisces, his mom loves that show. I mean, it looks good, but sometimes certain thrillers and stuff, I can't handle it. Like I was like, give me anxiety, man.
What, she likes Terminal List?
Yeah, DP's mom does.
Mm.
Good. Turn on some music.
I like your intro. It's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, that turned out pretty good. Pretty good. It was my summer fun opening. You know, bunch of neat summer fun stuff. Girls in bikinis and motorcycles and stuff like that. I'm gonna do cartoony Hammerlock today is the plan.
Nice.
Edwin, what is up, man? Hail peeps, Indie Wrestling Aces. What's going on, brother? Thanks for tuning in, man. Something strange on my desk. I don't know what that is. How'd that come from? So we're gonna see. DP says, hit me the link if you want. Now, can we see what you're working on? Because if we can see you draw stuff, then I'm all down. But if we're gonna stare at the top of your head, I think I'm gonna pass on today. And it's not the way. It's not with you, man. It's just it's these streams more of an art stream, yeah, and drawing stream and hanging out and doodling and stuff, more chill, different, I have this idea. Let's see if I can do it. Maybe I'll just do it on this little piece, but I don't want to draw on a little piece of paper. I wish I had something else to work on to be like, this is what I'm working on right now. But I finished my thing yesterday. And I guess I got to lay out the second page. Maybe I could do that. Just lay out the third page of the Hammerlock comic. You can do that.
You could do that. Layout counts as art.
See? Where's my tiny? It's a problem having a tiny clear ruler.
Yeah.
I don't know where it went.
That is a problem.
There it is. You know, another thing I don't like? I wish these had a hole in it.
A what limit?
A hole. Just like a hole.
A hole in it. Okay.
Yeah, a hole in it, so I could hang it up on my board here, because it's kind of weird. You know what I mean? It's like, where am I going to put? So I kind of have it like this flops around my desk. But if I had a hole, I could hang it with my other rulers here on the board in front of me. Maybe 1.5 might be a good representation.
I'm researching some hairstyles here to go with this.
Yeah, you know, I think I got to spend some time just working on faces. Any tip for like working on faces? Because like, especially lady faces, when I draw my lady faces, they end up just looking like anime lady faces, and I don't know if I want this the direction I want to go in.
No, my recommendation and advice to you is practice. That's really all it is. Also, and I was talking about this the other day, or maybe it was yesterday. A lot of the better hairstyles that you can wind up drawing don't seem like much when you're just laying down. Okay, so like if you see what I'm doing right now, right? A lot of times you can just do like the general shape that you want it to be, right? Mm-hmm. And then you can just kind of like fill it in. So in her case though, I don't want it to be super billowy at the top, because she has a kind of like, I want to say it's like a French braid ponytail.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we'll see.
I can look at my pages. What exactly the heck I'm doing? It's like, well, what's next?
Yeah.
There we go. This portfolio thing I bought is the best thing I've bought. This thing's awesome. I could store my pages and just look at them anytime I want to. I have to like pull them out or anything.
Yeah.
I gotta get a smaller one for the smaller stuff. Tomorrow I'm off work, so I'm gonna definitely hook up that printer. Stoked.
Awesome.
So I think they're gonna put this giant laser down.
I think I'm getting it closer to what I want with her. There we go.
Your faces are really good, man.
Thank you. You're very kind. I've been really trying to get this nailed down.
I think once I get my scanner going, then I could start doing letters. So that's gonna be neat. I'm gonna do the letters digital. The letters of the pages.
Did you Have you seen this book that I bought and I was talking about, the Essential Guide to Lettering by JBot?
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. How was that?
I had to put it down because I have so much other stuff going on, but it's, I think, critical. It is a critical purchase, because Nate Picos, who is JBot, he, in my opinion, is the best letterer alive. And I don't say this because I'm a fanboy. I don't care. I'm just, the way that he letters things is just, it's like, he has a way of lettering things in that you can actually hear the way the lettering looks. So he'll put like things into context. Like, say for example, a character lets out this scream that kind of builds up, right? And so, like, whereas a lot of letterers would just like write "roar" like that, not only will he do the "roar" where the letters start getting, they're smaller and they start getting larger, he will actually match the texture of the voice along with the sound. So as long as, it's like, it might start like a low growl, and so the letters will be kind of rough, but then as it goes "roar" like really loud, then it'll be super clear and super clean. So the letters will be clean, so they'll be like kind of fuzzy and dirty down here, then they'll be clean up here. And I'm not referring to a specific panel where he did that, but that's the kind of thought he puts into what he does. So most letterers will just say, okay, here's the dialogue, and bang, 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 here you're done. But he's very careful to make sure that he's got the ideal placement for the dialogue and that it fits perfectly. And that, I've never read a comic that he lettered that was confusing to read. I'll put it that way. So I cannot say that for a lot of other letterers. So, but yeah, if you want to learn how to letter, I cannot recommend that book enough.
Yeah, that sounds really neat. And that's what feels like it'll give stuff personality.
Yeah, my goal is to letter my own book. So
I think I'm gonna have these guys. Oh, you can't even see that. What the heck, man? You can't even see what I'm working on.
Cannot see it. No, can't.
What kind of bush league? Let's zoom in a little bit more. Or what will it not let me?
My wife comes in today and she looks at my board. She goes, "Are you working on Zoe?" I'm like, "Yeah." How can you tell?
Let's lower that. Oh God, it's way too much. Yeah, you can't even see that. Let's see if I can get it closer, maybe.
Well, I mean, what do you have lines down?
I do. I do.
Is the camera in focus?
Maybe.
That looks like it's focused, but I can barely see it. Make it big, dude.
Let's see. Let's do. Let's see if that helps. Let's do the spotlight. Well, no.
What's up, big boy?
The camera's all up in it. Yeah, Big Boy says, "Hello, my metallic robot meatbag." Robotic. He can't come in right now, but he's sending over massive Genki Dama energy to the show. Emphasize on massive, girthy Genki Dama energy. Nice. He just doesn't want to hang out with us meatbags. I understand. I see how it is, man. Yeah, you can barely see that. Now this camera's in my way. have to move this up. Get everybody motion sickness. Yeah. Huh.
Another thing that I can recommend as far as practice is concerned with drawing. Are you talking about faces in general, or female faces, or male faces? Or?
I think female face, but I think my faces in general. I keep falling into this weird hole of like doing like an anime type face, and I don't think that's what I want to go with. I think I want to do more of a cartoony, maybe like Bruce Timm style.
Yeah.
You know. Let's move this over here.
Well, that's a little bit easier because their faces are kind of similar as well. So.
But just not with the little like beep beep type stuff, you know. Look at my ceiling, everybody. You can kind of see a little bit. Yeah, the thing is, my lines are so light too. Let's see.
Oh, whose fault's that?
It is my fault. There we go. Yeah, you can kind of see that better. Okay. So the last panel was, you know what? We got somebody waiting in the back. Let's go ahead and get him in here. We're adding
Odin.
Mr. Odin. What is up, Broham?
Good evening, fellas. How's it going?
All right.
He's doing well.
Well,
Glad you can make it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I am too.
Broseph, Broheim.
Brohammer.
Brohammer.
I know a guy who named his kid Brohammer.
And he
Not
was
a joke.
divorced.
Yeah. A little eccentric, but kind of cool.
Big boy says the Robodrome is nice and air conditioned. Meat bags get the hole. It's a nice hole though. I bet it is. I bet it is.
Well, that is good.
All right, so let's go. So let's see. I don't know why I put this away because I need to know what the heck I'm drawing the next part to. It doesn't help. I don't have them in order. So they see them, so they're gonna put that big laser thing down. One guy's gonna charge up a laser eye, and the other one's gonna extend the arm out to him. So there we go.
Well, that all sounds awesome.
It sounds phenomenal. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does she look manly or does she look feminine enough?
Here, let's
It's feminine.
Let's do the spotlight. Spotlight. Boom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Got to get
Oh, yeah,
a
that's
heat
great,
check
man.
to make sure that I'm not just seeing things. So
No, she looks good. Kind of like a down to earth, good looks kind of thing. You know.
that's what I'm looking for.
There you go.
I want her to be the kind
Figured
of
as much.
she's the kind of girl you'd want to marry. So,
Take her home to mama.
she's the woman that you know is not insane. So she's got that hot versus insane meter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Unfortunately.
she's like intersecting right at that 7.5.
Yeah. I find that woman actually doesn't exist, but that's okay. That's why it's a comic book.
Yeah, right. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, this is Zoe Brighton.
And she is Common Sense.
Nope. Common
that's
Sense Girl
different.
is her actually Common Sense Girl is Ava Adams.
Okay.
Ava Adams is Zoe Brighton's lab assistant.
Ah.
So she it happens to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, or the right place at the right time, depending on your perspective.
Yeah.
And Ava Adams becomes exposed to dark matter and gets dark varianced and becomes Common Sense Girl. And so she is red-haired. She's got pretty bright, stridently red hair, and not like Wendy's, but more like the kind of golden strawberry blonde. So
Yeah.
and so then along with Matt Morganson, all my superheroes have alliterative names because that's how I roll.
It's a good idea, actually.
So So we have Tanner Troy, who's Vindabud, and then we have Elizabeth Eastman, who's Vindababe, and we have Ava Adams, who is Common Sense Girl, and Matt Morganson, who is General Safety. And those 4 characters are at this kind of nerd-themed coffee cafe downtown Orlando.
Yeah.
And when Zoe here and her DARPA security guard guy, Frank Richards, are trying to escape from this secret society that's trying to steal the dark matter. And so there's shenanigans that ensue, and there's an explosion, and the dark matter container gets ruptured and hits this cafe, and dead center with my little cast of characters there, and they get turned into these superheroes. So anyway, that's how the story works. Now you know, so you don't have to back the project.
There you go. I'll never have to buy it. No.
I have to pay a dime for it.
Robo, you've never seen me weep. I'm sorry. Nice try. I just missed you, homie. That was all. It was not tear shedding worthy. Not even close.
So Odin, you have a rock band?
I used to. I've been in many bands throughout my adult life, but that leaf, I turned it over and found comic books. But actually, I'd always wanted to make comic books, but music kind of just took off, and it was fun, and I'm gonna ride this wave. But it's a hard life trying to do that. So
it is very much a hard life. There was an independent band. I don't know, since you know who Rich Mullins is, do you know who All Star United is?
No.
Okay, so that's a 90s Britpop, super sarcastic, quote unquote Christian band, and
Okay.
I freaking adored their music. It was hilarious. And so I wrote to them back in my naivety and said, "You guys are awesome. I want to put you in my comic strip. Can I do that?" And they said, "Yeah, sure. Why not?" So I drew them in a comic strip that published in my college newspaper.
Yeah.
And for me, it was like one of the pinnacle moments of my life.
I'm sure for them too.
I am sure for their street team it was, but I don't know if they actually ever saw it.
You're right.
All right, so I'm trying to do this one for one, so I've got very similar model sheets. Back it up. But in this case, I don't know. I might draw her from. No, I guess there's no real point in doing the other side profile because she looks the same. That needs to be there. I don't know. She looks like a smart astrophysicist, astrobiologist person, dual PhDs.
Or at least plays one by day.
Yes.
Or pretends to be
Dominatrix by night.
Yeah. Ever had that happen where you meet somebody and they look like they're like really intelligent, and then you start talking to them and you're like, "Oh, I had you pegged totally wrong."
No. Have you ever met some? Have you ever come across someone that you're like, "Why are you working here?" Or like, "Why are you here?" Because you don't look like you fit into this place at all. There's because I'm a good husband, I go to Ulta with my wife and wander around. But the other day we were there, and there's this woman working at the cashier or at the checkout, and she looks like an absolute 9.5 model. And I mean, you see a lot of these people that are clearly into makeup that maybe ought not to be, but
Right.
this particular girl or lady looks like she should be on runways. She's that good looking. I'm like, damn. But she's also very conversant and fluent and not weird or stupid sounding. So it's like one of those things. It's like, am I in the Matrix here? I mean, are you really supposed to be here?
You could do anything and be successful just because
You just have the looks that people will just say,
You have
damn,
looks
yes,
and
I'll hire
charisma.
you.
Like, what else would be? You could do anything at that point.
Can you count to 5?
You pass the
Can you
test.
get coffee? All right, so what do we got here? All right, so let's do the 3/4. Actually, no, let's do the 3/4.
You should do 5/8 instead.
Yeah, right. Oh, speaking of, that reminds me. And again, if I start the Monopoly's conversation, tell me shut up. So, fair warning. Some people get huffy about that. So I was, I'm trying to get a particular IT certification, and so I was looking up a computer. I was looking up a laptop that I could get on the cheap to install the software that I'm trying to get certified on. Right? And I wanted a laptop so I can use it basically as a daily driver, just to immerse myself in it. And I was like really shocked at how well or how low the price is for these types of computers I'm looking for. I'm looking for a ThinkPad, and you can get a really rock solid ThinkPad for like $200. It's insane. And the reason why is because these are all like former business computers that people use to like send emails, and then the companies got rid of them because they just moved on to a new computer, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. So,
Right.
but anyway, so I was like, my old job, I had one of these, and I had to turn it back in, obviously, when I left. And so I was thinking, man, I want to get. I wonder if this one that I'm looking at right now on eBay is the same or higher or lower spec, and I couldn't remember. And because I'm a dork, I took pictures of my desk my first day, like 4 or 5 years ago, and I had the. It turns out that I had the boxes for the laptop and the monitors that had come. I hadn't opened them yet, and lo and behold, I look at that picture of that laptop box, and I zoom in on it, and there's a serial number. So I said, well, I felt like I'm Batman. I'm the world's greatest detective.
Perfect.
But
yeah.
when you said rotate, I was thinking I've got this image and it's like blown out. I mean, it's like the image is like the box is like this big, right? And I had to like zoom it in. So I'm thinking zoom, enhance, vector in, rotate 90 degrees. You've seen that video?
It reminds me of Blade Runner, but
okay. So there's a
enhanced 10 degrees.
There's a trope in television where our heroes find some photograph and then they see something that no one else has seen, and usually it's because they zoom in and enhance and they come up with ridiculous things that are not real, and somehow they manage to get like the reflection of the
Drop of water
frosting on the donut reflecting back off the window,
right.
reflecting it back down the street into the window pane of the doggy store, and that's where they sell the crime habit. And this is all done by the miracle of zooming and enhancing. So there is a YouTube video that goes on for like a solid 2 minutes where they just intercut different TV shows doing this, and it's hilarious.
Well, I think it all came from Blade Runner. I'm going with that.
It very well may have,
as everything does.
Because I just remember that noise. It was like a very specific noise of the technology that he was using to do that, to enhance on the image that he had.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there with like a glass of scotch or something on ice, and he's like, it's Harrison Ford, and he's like, over 10 degrees, enhance, enhance.
And it's like, and it like click, 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 click.
Yeah, it would go.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's funny because
Yeah, it was
you get away with that because it's in the future and there's technology allegedly
Yeah,
to do it.
it was actually in the past as far as like the actual timeline of life, because it was like 99 or something or whatever it was. No, it was like 2020, I think, something like that. Whenever Blade Runner was, I'm gonna look it up now. Pretty sure it's in the past, literally.
Like Back to the Future.
Right. Then get hoverboards and shit. So let's see if they say. 2019 is the setting.
Mm. Where am I flying cars in post-apocalyptic world?
I know.
Dude, yeah.
That's the thing that I always find humorous about post-apocalyptic futuristic movies, where they have so much technology yet everybody's blowing each other to hell. It's like, well, who was developing the technology while everybody's getting murdered?
So Big Boy says the eye effect and layout is really cool.
Well,
I think he's talking about yours, Odin.
I assume because there's a lot of eyes going
A lot
on.
of eyeballs.
There are lies. A lot of eyes. I love the. Are those? What are those on that he's? Your little galaxies. Are those actually galaxies, or what's going on there?
No, it was actually what I was drawing last stream. It was like they're gonna kind of look like explosions. I don't know if I have the.
Okay.
Oh, it's in my car. Maybe. Yeah. But yeah, there's like because I'm gonna do like I was doing last stream with a lot of speed lines and circling that whole focused image, and then so it actually looks like everything's kind of just blowing off from around it.
I have a
They're
very
not-
similar. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They're not galaxies. They're but it is somewhat metaphorical because what's happening is a dream is ending, and that's where the close up of the eyes are showing awakening. So the dream is over, or has it just begun? Never know.
Only just begun.
Exactly. So sometimes they make horror movies where they use a certain song and it gets like ruined forever. You're like, now that song reminds me of horror.
Yeah.
1408 or what was it? Room 1408. The one with John Cusack. He's like a skeptic who proves ghosts wrong and stuff like that. He goes and stays in the hotel that's supposedly haunted, and they're like, finds out it actually is.
Like, this is the devil's room.
Yeah, but every time some craziness starts happening, the radio pops on and starts playing that "We Only Just Begun" song.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That would ruin that song.
Which makes it like all creepy all of a sudden. Or like the Twilight Zone movie with Dan Aykroyd and the Midnight Special by Creedence Clearwater Revival. And there's two scenes, one at the beginning, one at the end, where like leading into the craziness, it starts with "Let the Midnight Special shine a light on." Yeah. And I'm like, forever now I think of Twilight Zone every time I hear that song. Twilight Zone, the movie. And Dan Aykroyd leaning over, "You want to see something really scary?" Yeah. Just a great line.
I actually have a page in my book with a zoom in on the eyes just like that.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to draw. I try not to do close-ups because they don't really tell much unless it's actually specifically telling. You know, like I said, awakening from a dream, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with you about that, because you know you got to have a real good reason for wanting to do it. Otherwise, it's just irritating.
Yeah, and I think some people really try to overuse close-ups when, you tell so much more story when you have things, you know, expanded scenery and stuff. So, and sometimes it seems a little lazy. Like right now, we'll say it's laziness.
I know, where are you? There it is. Time to go to Pose Maniacs. Find out. I need some reference.
I keep hearing this song on your channel too.
Yeah, is it? I don't know if it's like it keeps looping or what the hell, man. I made a song. It was the same thing over and over again. Like, damn it, it's not supposed to happen.
Well, I like it though.
It's supposed to be like 4 songs. It's really what it is.
4. And how long have they been playing?
I have no idea. Let's do part 2. I'm gonna shut the loop off so I know when it ends. Because they kind of merged all the songs together, so there's no clear like break in them.
Oh yeah.
How'd the watch party go yesterday?
It went all right. Like, I was really actually wanting to get into Naked Gun, and 80s wouldn't shut up. I mean, he was just talking the whole movie. I'm like, all right. And then later he's like, oh yeah, I liked it. I'm like, you didn't even watch it.
Adios was talking about everything but Naked Gun.
Right. Well, it's one of those ones, like a lot of the humor is just in the lines delivered. So there's a lot of like physical comedy that you can just laugh without really paying attention. But a lot of it's like a little one-liner, you know?
Yeah.
He was missing a lot of the funnier stuff, I thought. But then afterwards, it turned into hilarity, as it typically does.
Yeah, Drew hopped on the our stream, and okay, then Hockey was actually like, hey, he hopped in. And we never talked. We always like pass each other because of the time zone differences. And I'm like, hey, I sent the link. If you want to hop in, man, hop in. So he hopped in, and then we just were talking and drawing. And
yeah, I saw that.
It was like 1:30. We're like, oh, I gotta go to bed, man. I'm tired.
And Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon was there too.
Dragon's big, beautiful forehead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just razzing you, Dragon, if you're watching.
I thought it was a compliment.
Well, it is, but there's you had to be here earlier.
It's actually an ugly forehead.
You had to be here earlier.
Oh, okay.
You wanted to join. I said, if you got a camera or we could see what you're working on, it's cool. But if we're gonna stare at your forehead the whole time, not this time. Because I think he works on his tablet. I think. Because you can just point a camera at it. Point your camera at your tablet. That's what I did. Cannot make this pose work. That's not working. It's not working out.
Make it work, man.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna move on to the thing I actually want to draw. Fill that in later.
Sometimes you got to do that. Because I actually don't want to draw eyes right now, but I'm like, I think I should.
one of the reasons I'm like really buckling down on these stupid character sheets is so I can really nail the way these things look and not have to worry about it. And so
Yeah.
it's kind of
Good
like
call.
I'm kind of chiseling this out
Mhm.
of my brain right now because
Yeah, there's a time to do the things maybe you don't necessarily want to do as much. I don't know. Character designs are fun though. The last time I was on, I was doing all these speed lines. I'm like, yeah, a lot of tedium, and it's not what I want to be drawing. I want to be drawing a monster or something. I just want to draw monsters. Can I do that?
Yeah.
I got big eye syndrome. It's not working out. Human eyes, please. You guys having me draw those Disney characters last night screwed me up.
Sometimes the big eyes sell, you know, Manger style.
Mangers.
Is that an Orange Man reference?
No.
No, I mean like the comic Orange Man.
I don't know the comic Orange Man.
I don't know
Is
either.
that weird?
You've not heard the legend of the Korean Menger?
No.
I just heard a bunch of people in our chats often saying Manger as a pejorative of manga.
Yeah, well, and maybe I could be wrong, but what had happened was
What had happened was,
there's a well-known comicsgate adjacent YouTuber, and he had put this kind of manga
manga.
book crowdfund together, right? It's like 80 something pages long, right?
Yeah.
And this guy he's from Australia, and he's
Not
like,
that we should hold that against him.
yeah, no, he's from Australia and he's orange. He's like red. He's got this orange hair, and he just looks like an orange guy. But he gets easily riled up, and people love to tease him, and he goes so
As orange-haired
far
people often do.
over the top. I mean, he like literally goes crazy. So it's not good for him anyway. But he's like one of these. He gets to the point where he's like conspiracy theory about it, right?
Wow.
And anyway, so he put out this crowdfund, and he raised like something like $70,000 for this crowdfund.
Nice.
But it was one of these things where it's like, oh, it's a 90-page, 100-page graphic novel. So when you raise that kind of money and then you've got to print something like that, you're lucky if you break even. So anyway, so he puts this thing out, and it's supposed to be a manga style comic, graphic novel, and so you expect it to read like a manga does, like left to right or right to left. You expect it to read right to left, right?
Backwards, basically.
So he laid out the pages wrong and printed it backwards.
Oh shit.
So the story reads in the wrong direction for a manga, and so he says his defense, because he's never done anything wrong himself. He says it's not, and he says Manger, which is hilarious because he's from Australia. He says Manger. He says you people are idiots. It's not a manga. It's a Korean manga. And he says Korean Manger. And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about, dude? And everybody's like, what is a Korean manga? so his explanation was the reason that the book was printed backwards is because it wasn't a Japanese style manga like the entire world would expect in the same manga. It's the Korean, the one that's the more discriminating amongst us. So we're hilarious. I laughed my ass off when I heard that.
What a defense. Should have been a lawyer.
All right. Most assuredly. I never read the book myself because I wasn't going to spend $60 or $70 to get shipped. I have better things to spend $60 on.
Yeah, that's deep. You'll be on the cutting edge, on the Manger ground floor.
You're right. Actually, my story has a manga at the center of it. It's not.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that I'm going to do like a chapter, like an actual real manga based upon it, like one that like reads like a manga chapter, and I don't know if I'll put that as part of a campaign perk or as an Ashcan thing or what.
I thought you were talking about like adding it into the story in a way like a like a sub story or a meta story or whatever. Yeah.
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good idea. No, I wasn't looking at it like that, but just like as a standalone. So it's kind of like this is
what they're all reading.
Yeah, this is the actual thing that they're reading, and this is where these characters originate from.
Oh, it looked like, yeah, wow. Already ended. Shit, man. Shit.
Yeah.
That's it.
And now you know.
So these pens I always tell you about, the Fudenosuke ones, they because I use a lot of pressure on them sometimes, the brush gets so like jacked up and kind of like weird effect. Like I kind of like it like that, except for when I don't want it to do that. So sometimes they drive me insane. Like they do so many things I like, and then I'm like, just work the way I want you to, because the brush gets so jacked up. Because I'll really put a lot of pressure, especially because I do all the borders with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And so it's running along the ruler edge, just ripping up that brush nib.
Everybody's been talking about that damn Prey movie. I might have to check it out.
Is that like a Predator thing?
It is.
Yeah.
And I heard like supposedly like I think their marketing hurt it because they're trying to market it this woman, female, you go girl type shit. And people say it's actually pretty good directed and it's not that bad. But I think the way they marketed the movie I think kind of hurt it.
Well, I will say this just personally. I've never seen any other Predator but the first two, because those came out within relative time.
Yeah.
And every other remake that comes out, I avoid remakes or any new modern takes on stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
So there's been a lot of stuff where I just was like, no, I'm not going to see it, because there's kind of a time that's passed that it's beyond when I want to see it, you know? It's like,
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it seemed pretty interesting, you know, the whole Native American aspect, you know.
Yeah, I heard that was kind
Okay.
of a thing.
Yeah,
So is it Native American, or is it just some indigenous native culture?
I think they're Comanches, from what I understand.
Oh, well, that's cool.
And they have and from what I heard, I guess they have a Comanche cut where that's subtitled.
Oh, wow.
Really?
So you
Nice.
can,
Well, that's
so when
a
they're
novel
talking,
idea. That's
you know, I don't know if they're actually speaking it or what they're doing, or if they're just dubbed Comanche. But I heard like people actually enjoy that one better because it makes it feel authentic.
Sure.
There's some, I guess they have some French dudes in it though, and sometimes they're like talking Comanche, and they're just like, "What?" Like they shouldn't have been. They shouldn't have been talking. They kind of threw people off. And another thing I heard guessed that they were like, they're kind of talking like modern. You know, from what I guess like
You just
not
have
so
to
modern that
wait
it's
for it.
like, yo, bro, like, dude, no cap, but so I like that idea is kind of neat of, the whole
Sure.
Indian, Native American type stuff.
What
Okay.
streaming service is this on?
It's on Hulu,
Oh, okay.
I think.
Oh, so it is a stream. I thought it was just in theaters.
No, I think it's on streaming. So I could
Oh.
see it for free. That's why I'm entertaining the idea.
Sure. I
It
guess I could
My,
do.
so go ahead.
ain't costing me nothing, so
Yeah. Mike's, I didn't know anything about this, but then I saw Ethan said that it was great, and then people were like giving him a lot of garbage about it, and then he said, no, it really sucked, and it's like, I don't really care.
I don't know
If you
what to
like the movie, you like the
believe.
movie.
Yeah.
Right.
But other CG people said, "Oh, it was pretty good. It wasn't bad." They're like, "Oh, it wasn't bad. It wasn't as woke as you think it was, and it was actually pretty solid." So it's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Well, 80s brought it up the other day, and he said it was actually pretty good. And so if it was kind of anything kind of feminist agenda, he would have been like, fuck these
Yeah.
broads,
Keep like this fucking broad.
Yeah. But that said, all I ask anybody, because we get so hypercritical of stuff, and I'm like, just go on entertainment value. And I actually can detach from like trying to pick apart the reasons why I won't like something.
Yeah.
If I go in with a good attitude most of the time,
Yeah.
but I always say that. I'm like, was it actually entertaining? That's all it's meant to do. So much of the stuff I love, like, I could pick apart like crazy because it's so ridiculous, but I love it.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
On Carpenter movies and shit, it's like.
I'm like that with Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We give it a pass. I'm like, okay. Yeah.
Have you ever watched Cobra Kai,
I
Tasca?
have, yeah.
My
good.
wife says this is so stupid. I'm like, yes, but it's stupid in the best way.
It's
Stupid like an eagle talon
First, you have to you have to
or
you
eagle
have to
fang.
accept the premise that like the karate schools like run the California for some reason,
Yeah, no, I love that. It's like,
and that you
The
have to like
subtext, like
suspend
a
your
Bruce Lee
belief that
movie.
like then you have to suspend your belief that like a judo guy just can't go in there and start dropping these kids on their head and shit. Like,
Right.
like, okay,
Brazilian
Like-
jiu-jitsu doesn't exist in this.
yeah, just not
No.
put people to sleep and shit. Like, okay. So
Oh,
we're in an
that's
alternate
funny.
timeline. Where if you suspend that, then it's a good time.
hell,
I
we
took
get-
some Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and it's funny. It's like I did it for about 3 or 4 months, but now I'm like looking. I'm like, oh man, that's a reverse naked choke. Would take care of this in no time.
Oh
So-
hell yeah.
Yeah. And that was why Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu took off, was because of the UFC in the early days with Hoist Gracie, the guy who was like 6 foot 180, going against these guys, 6'5", 250, and taking them out. They're like,
Yeah.
"Whoa, what's the secret?" It's like, well, he understood the submission game of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and it took the whole world by storm after that. Everybody's like, oh shit, we need to know this,
Yeah.
because if you don't know how to keep yourself out of harm's way from this, you're gonna be fucked. So
That's
I actually
exactly
trained
right.
with some girls who did that, who fought competitively. They were twins. It was kind of cool. Just trying to hook up with them.
It is
So
pretty
you're
neat.
doing the grappling for ulterior motives.
Yeah, it was twist my arm, literally.
Here, why don't you mount me today, friend?
Yeah.
No, these girls are crazy though, because we would. So it was like a big collective of people. It was all free, and everybody kind of had a background in something, and then we would all just train and like work on shit together. And they would do these punching drills, and the one sister that I kind of liked was actually more into Muay Thai, and then the one that her twin was more into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So they both like trained really hard on each, and then kind of came together in these collective classes and taught what they knew.
Mhm.
And we do these punching drills, and the one girl is like, "I can't, you can't just hit a girl. Like, it's like beyond my concept to do that." But they're like, "Yeah, do a punching drill with her." I'm like, "Okay." So she's sitting there like smacking me around, and I'm like, "All right," I'm putting out like the quickest non-hard hitting jab I can, and she's just like yelling at me, like calling me a pussy. And so she's like, finally she gets more out of me, and I crack her with this right cross, right on the nose. Blood comes out of her nose. She wipes away the
the end
blood.
of that relationship.
She's like, "Fuck yeah, that's it. Like that's what she
Holy
was
shit.
trying to get the whole time." Yeah, they were crazy. Cool girls, but they kind of had a little bit of that like deeper voice, like maybe they were doing some testosterone stuff.
Yeah, I was doing it for about 3 months, but I had to stop because, for some reason, at the school I was going to, hygiene was not important to people.
Oh yeah, that would suck.
sucks, man.
So
That would be
like,
brutal.
So a couple different things. I'm not in good shape. I've got a center of gravity that is difficult for me to overcome right now. So
Gotcha.
so anyway, so I'm out there. I'm already like barely able to like do tumble drills, right? And so they match me up with these dudes. I go in there this one time, and I swear to God, he's like the assistant to the purple belt. He was instructing the class, and he's got all the mouth guard in, he's got the gloves on, and he's just out of control. And I swear to God, he must have been doing like 3 or 4 joints before he came in, because it was like in my face marijuana breath.
Oh, he was a
And
skunk.
then on top of that, he was coughing. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm like mounting this dude, and he's like, okay,
That's gonna get clipped. Sorry, man.
you gotta lean down, and you gotta put your arm here, and you gotta do this, and then he turns and he coughs, and then he looks right back. I'm like, dude, what the F are you doing here, man? Every day is grapple day at jiu-jitsu, so don't come if you're sick. So I got sick because this guy's like coughing all over my face. So I had to miss class for like 3 weeks because then I was out of town. And so then the last class I went to, this dude, his name was Ron, and have you ever met someone that just looked like their name? This guy just looked like a Ron. Yeah. This guy looked just like a Ron.
Like JBot. JBot looks like a JBot. Anyway.
Yeah, he was a heavy dude. He was a heavy older dude, and he had this long, crazy redneck hair, and
sounds like Ron.
And he must have gargled garlic juice before he came to class. And so he was all up in my face, and he weighed a ton, and he sprained my wrist. So now I was like, okay, now I can't even really do this because now I gotta go get x-rays. I'm not sure if I've actually injured something, because this garlic face dude is like rolling up all over my arm. So it's like, look, dude, brush your freaking teeth before you come to this. So,
oh man,
brushing your teeth doesn't help garlic breath.
No, so it's like the class
deep
is
in
like
the belly. Sorry.
Yeah, a class is like $150 a month, right? And I'm
it's deep.
Like a month and a half because of weed coughing COVID boy and Ron the garlic monster. And so it's like, yeah, this sucked, dude. So it was like, so anyway, so I was like, I'm gonna have to dip out on this because the last thing I want to do, because I'm finally getting my act together about doing this freaking comic. once I sprained my wrist, I was like, I do not want to injure my wrist while I'm working on this. So,
Yeah, that would suck.
I had to cancel. And so then you have to give them 30 days notice. So I paid for like a free month for them, which I actually didn't do. So it sucked.
Yeah.
I tried to. It all depends though too, because anybody could really do the the Gracie stuff as long as you get the approval and things like that.
Yeah.
I've trained at a few places doing grappling. I've done jiu-jitsu and judo and wrestling for quite a while, and that sucks that you have to go through that, and that just makes me believe that school just sucks, man. Because I went and before I moved down south, I was taking classes up in the Chicago suburbs area, and there's a guy that's up there. It's called Gladiator Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the guy is actually Gideon Ray. He fought in the UFC and fought with there was another pro thing where they had teams and stuff. Nicest guy you'll ever meet, man. And but he's very picky, and any school that's worth their salt will be very picky on who they let in, because they know, it's a hobby, man. You know what I mean? It's a hobby. You're doing it to get in shape. We all got to work tomorrow, man. And so you have your advanced classes for people that want to do tournaments or whatever. That's a whole separate class. But when you go and you roll in the public classes and stuff, it's just like, hey, calm down and take it easy. But you always have those guys that want to prove stuff. But yeah, when I hear about shit like that, it makes me believe that the it's not a very good school. Because any school that worth their weight would be like, they tell you right off the bat, listen, man, you gotta wash your they call it kimono, but I always call it a gi. You gotta wash your gi. Your gi has to be clean. You can't come smelling. We have, even if let's say you didn't have a chance to wash your uniform, we have extras, so you could use one of ours, and we keep them clean. We wash them, every day. We wash them at the end of class and stuff like that. So hygiene is a very fucking big part of it. And if they're not putting their foot in the asses of the students for them to fix that, then that leads me to believe that they don't care.
No.
For $150, you don't want to deal with that shit. You shouldn't have to deal with that.
You're potentially having an ass in your face half the time.
Exactly.
If you can't brush your teeth, are you wiping your ass?
Are you wiping your ass properly?
Yeah, that's why I was like, anytime when I would go roll, I would come home and say, okay, I gotta be home at this time because I got class today, and I would train 3 days a week. I would come home from work, I'd take a shower, and then I'd go to jiu-jitsu, or I'd go to judo.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be sweating on people, you're gonna be whatever. Like, I do not want to be the stinky guy.
No, you never want to be the stinky guy.
You never want to. And then at the same, a lot of the classes are co-ed too, so you're with females and stuff, and it's just.
That would be a bad look.
Yeah, it's just rude, man. It's just rude and it's fucked up, and you don't want to be the stinky guy, So, but yeah, the professor should have definitely nipped that problem in the bud, especially if the guy who stunk was one of the aides and shit too. That's a real bad look, and that's what's crazy, because like the guys will be the nicest dudes. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, okay. And then you start rolling, they're all fucking killers. They're all fucking sharks, man.
That's dangerous with jiu-jitsu and stuff.
You're like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, all right, fucking cool, man. Like, but if they know what they're doing, they're safe, and they're not gonna.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant more like overly aggressive.
No. It's like they should like
super nice because they're not overly aggressive. They just know their shit.
Yeah. And it's like, and that's like, don't let that smile fool you, man. They're gonna get your ass.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And that's all I was like. But yeah, that place was that's the one regret that I have for moving, was that it was a super cool place, and right before I left, they actually expanded the school. So it was nice seeing them, be prosper, because they were super nice, and they had I like that he has a kids class, like a kids program.
Yeah.
Or starting from 3 and up, teaching them jiu-jitsu, but it's mainly like respect your parents, responsibility, like stuff like that.
Yeah, martial arts was non-negotiable for my kids, so they've all been doing it. Was that a Gracie school?
Yeah, it was a Gracie school, and it was and I had asked around. I didn't just like say, oh, I'm just gonna like roll up in some strip mall and then take the class. I'd actually asked around, and it's got a pedigree to it. But here's the thing: is that there's 3 instructors at the school. So the main professor, who is like the primary dude, he's like an ex-fighter, like a real fighter. 11 o'clock classes, 11 o'clock in the morning, and noon classes, Monday through Friday. And then you've got the super go get 'em, tomboy girl who does like the early ass crack in the morning classes, and she's good too. But she's like a girl power kind of type personality. And then you've got this young dude who doesn't understand the concept of beginner jiu-jitsu. So, and I appreciate what he's trying to do, but it's like, look, bro, this is like beginner's class, and you go in there, he's like, okay, so we're gonna do this 16-point move.
Oh, fuck that.
And I'm like, it's like ultra twister, and first of all, it's like I can't even like see my freaking toes, dude. You think I'm gonna like bend myself around this other guy? I'm like freaking Gilbert Grape, so anyway, so or no, it's not Gilbert Grape, the blueberry dude in Chocolate Factory. Anyway, but yeah, so this guy's like, oh, no. He's like, you can do it, Andrew, you can get it, man, get it, go. Oh my god, look, dude, I'm barely staying upright here. So, yeah, it's like, it's crazy. So here, let me move my, and then finally, it's funny because it's like you do it, you get into these rolling sessions, and you finally get just so freaking frustrated that just like, I don't care what's gonna happen, I'm gonna turn this mother effer over and put him down. And so I did that once or twice, so that was good. But it's like one of those things, it's like afterwards I'm like totally sucking wind like crazy.
Oh yeah,
it's
tough.
All energy.
And I would have gone, I would probably keep going to it if I was taking the midday classes, because I got to take one, and that professor is like, yeah, this is beginner jiu-jitsu. You're just kind of going through, you're getting your exercise, and you're taking basic things and basic self-defense, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to go try out UFC minor leagues, which is what the night classes were like. And I was just like, geez, dude. So it's unfortunate. I think if I get in better shape, like I can actually lose my midsection that I have a hard time with, I might go in to do it again. So, but it was the first martial art I ever took at like 40 something years old. So
yeah, good on you for doing it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was I
went to a Gracie school for a little bit too, and I kind of ran into that problem as well, is that they have a guy there that's like, he's the one that sells it. Like, this guy goes, this professor so-and-so, man, this guy he learned in Brazil, he went over here, he's won these titles, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing whatever. And like, oh, cool, man, I'm gonna learn from that guy. And then he's never around. Like, he might teach like one class, but then he's like trying to go compete and do other shit himself. So then you're stuck with like whoever else, and you're just like, oh, okay. Well, Professor Gideon, he was there all day, every day. He was there. And so it's like he's like, this is and he wasn't great. They weren't Gracie. He was an offshoot of somebody else. They trained with Gracie, and then he went and started his own thing. So he was part of this little community of a couple schools, and they would go, one was in Chicago. So we'd go to the school and train with those guys, roll with those guys. And then they'd come to our school. Sometimes the professor would come to us and stuff. So, but, that's kind of how what I found out in the research I did with the Gracie stuff is they have that one guy that they sell you on, but then he's never there, and then they all follow this weird curriculum, which they all have to follow the same plan, especially if you're like Gracie Baja or whatever. You have to follow the Gracie Baja like curriculum.
Yeah, this is Gracie Baja.
To where they're like, hey man, like with Professor Gideon's class, it was independent. So he was like, okay, this is what I got today. We're gonna learn this, and he didn't worry about he didn't teach you too much fancy stuff. It was more like, this is self-defense. You can roll and handle yourself, and then trying to get like basics and the basic throws and stuff like that, dude. So we're doing like hip throws and shoulder throws and stuff like that. It was a blast. Everybody in the school was cool, but he would interview you, you know, be like, well, why don't you come and let me talk to you? And then he'd interview you and be like, yeah, you know, well, and then he'll tell you like, okay, classes are from this to this. This is how much it is, blah, 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 blah. But if you weren't a fit, he'd be like, hey, you know what? I don't think you're a good fit for us. So he would screen everybody that would come in.
That's always a good sign, because that's what I didn't end up doing it because I was in the band at the time, and it's the commitment. I couldn't really utilize it for the amount of money we were going to spend and stuff. But I was going to do a Krav Maga class around here, and that's what they did at the beginning. They're like, they asked me my goals. They're like, what do you want to accomplish? What do you got going on? You know, like, it was a full-on interview, and they're like, well, you're definitely a good fit, all that stuff. But like, but that was the thing. They're like, yeah, we're not going to just let anybody in this school, you know.
Yeah.
Just because you have the money doesn't mean you're going to get in the school. If we think
exactly,
you're fucked up, you're not going to come here.
You have guys that
I was
just
like, oh,
fight.
I love that. That was such a refreshing.
Yeah, guys that just want to fight and roll, and they have a chip on their shoulder, and they just want to, you know, it's like,
right.
Like,
go find Rex Kwando.
Yeah.
Go find a McDojo.
Yeah. It's like, calm the fuck down, man.
Think anyone wants a round-out kiss to the face with these bad boys on?
And I like with them
Forget
too.
about it.
With with Professor Gideon, they had their own gis that you can order and stuff. But if you bought one that was, or you already had one, you could wear it. Well, that's Gracie Baja, you have to wear their shit. You have to buy their gis and you have to wear their shit. But if you have like other judo gis and stuff, like other independent schools, because I took it out here for a little bit, and it was just my schedule just didn't work out that well. But they were like, yeah, man, sure, whatever. I'm like, cool, man, great. I got 6 fucking gis over here, man. I don't need 7.
They aren't cheap.
Right. That is pretty cool, because a lot of people, like you said, they insist you wear their shit, you know.
You know, I was like, yeah, let me get a rash guard, man. You know, oh, cool, man. Yeah, so we buy their rash guard and wear it under your gi or whatever, and and even like no-gi is pretty damn fun too. But I know sometimes, and especially Gracie Baja, you have to train so long in order to even to go do no-gi.
Yeah, well, I guess that makes sense.
You know, but yeah, I had guys doing weird shit and stuff, and the Gracie Baja stuff. And so I'm like, dude, like you're trying to do finger locks on me while you're trying to roll, bro? What the fuck, man? Like, then I neck crank them and shit. And I'll be like, come here, motherfucker. Ah! Oh, man, fuck my neck up, dude. I'm like, well, you trying to grab my fingers and shit, man? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah. It's like, when someone rolls up and it's like, hey, man, let's roll. And I'm like, you're wearing a mouth guard? No.
Oh, we always did, though. We always wore. I think we always, maybe. I don't. Maybe no, man.
Well, he's wearing a mouth guard, and he's doing that stupid Bruce Lee dance. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
The switch in the foot thing. And I'm like,
God,
no, I'm okay.
No,
man.
you fucking sit your ass down. You sit your ass down and you scoot fucking towards each other, and then you start on your asses or you start on your knees. Like, what the fuck?
Hilarious.
Jesus Christ,
yeah,
man.
That's not really jujitsu.
Yeah, dude, it's just like, you know, you're a beginner, you're white belt, you just sit the fuck down, man. And start from your seat, or you start from your knees facing each other. You can start on your asses, or you can start back to back.
Yeah.
And then you high five, and then you go, man. Like
fist bump.
yeah. It's like, all right, man. But yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like,
oh wait, no, it's not the fist bump. It's the slapping back and forth and stuff. Yeah, no, I mean, it was fun, but it's like, you know, I think I need to get in better shape. And then as you would have it, it was weird because my neighbor sees me doing it, because I wanted to do it to get into shape. Basically, I was like, okay, I'm going to get into shape this year for sure, and I'm going to do it. I don't care what happens. I'm like, what would be a good way of doing this? And so that's what led, all my research led to the BJJ. And so while I'm out there, like I'm walking every day, just trying to get my lard ass out. Just so happens my former military police neighbor sees it looks like you're on a mission, man. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get in shape. And he's like, hey, like I'm like refinishing my garage here. I'm like gonna I did like Golden Gloves boxing. You want me to teach you how to box? I'm like, sure. Why not? So this dude is like built
Yeah.
like a freaking tank. So he wants to give me boxing lessons, and he's got giving me hand wraps and stuff like this. Wow, it's like a whole other world that I'm used to.
That sounds
But,
sounds like fun though, as long as he's a nice dude and stuff, you know.
I
Yeah,
always
no,
preferred
he's-
boxing, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it
but now that I'm not doing the jujitsu at the moment, I can at least get the workout doing that stuff. So.
Yeah.
No, it's all about well, and I know that Krav Maga place I went, they were, I was in relative shape, but they were like, well, we always want to make sure that your cardio level matches where you're going, So that was like a big emphasis. So a lot of people, like when they first signed up, were doing more fitness training more than anything to get them up to speed before they started learning a lot of the different movements and stuff. So
Yeah.
especially before they started training with other people oftentimes.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you can do a bunch of stuff that will never get you ready for grappling. You could run, you can whatever, but it's nothing. There's nothing. Yeah, you get better. You get in better shape by rolling, by rolling.
Yeah.
So that's so weird. It's so different.
If you did any wrestling, like you were saying, if you had a wrestling background, then you're gonna have that specific kind of cardio. Or I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess I didn't roll like as aggressively, or like train in it, except that when I was with those twins.
Yeah, it's a whole wrestling and that grappling is a whole nother animal. It's just so weird because it's cardio, but it's also strength intensive too, and then you got somebody laying on top of you the whole damn time. Yeah,
You went to Olive Garden and came straight to class.
Yeah, it's like I think that's probably just a shit school, man. Honestly.
Pissed me off, dude.
Yeah, especially for
This
that
is not
price, dude.
stupid.
Yeah.
So,
Price, it's
anyway,
that's steep.
I would be pissed.
okay, guys, need your opinion. So this is what I did earlier, right? And so here we go.
Let's
And
pull that up.
does this look like the same character? You think?
Yeah.
You can see that.
Yeah.
Putting some glasses on her here.
Yeah. It looks good.
I need to work on her hair, but good. So one thing I wanted to point out. So
Pull it down a little bit. I want to see the bottom one again. She has a stronger kind of a dimple when she's smiling at the top.
yeah.
I don't know if that's a specific feature, but it
Up here?
seems like
Yeah, no, she does.
definite facial feature that is noticeable. So I was just saying that maybe a little more emphasized on the bottom one. She kind of looks younger in the bottom.
Okay,
I can tell it's the same character though. But yeah.
Yeah. So how would you make her look more older in the bottom? More older.
Older in the bottom. Just sag.
Yeah.
It's a sag.
No, I would increase that dimple off the end of her lips.
Like
Just
on this
increase
side
it
or
up
this
towards her
side?
nose. Yeah. It kind of create that cheek line. Yeah.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go, Joker. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, that makes that works. So
But if you drew that cheek line off the nostril, I think that would definitely add that effect.
you gotta be careful with that because you add 20 years just doing that.
Well, you do it too much, and then she looks like she's. There's an old drawing maxim for comics or something like that was like every line you add ages a woman 10 years or something like that.
That's I've never heard that maxim, but I know it to be true.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
there's
can't
these
make on that
amazing
50
artists who
lines.
put all this rendering on a woman and it still looks really hot and young. I'm like, how did you do that?
Yeah,
It's just they're really good at rendering.
that's absolutely right.
Because one right or wrong line in
One thing I want to
I'm
share
already
because I haven't
dealing
had
with
an
it with these
opportunity
eyes.
to do this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said I'm already dealing with it with these eyes. So I'm like, there's so much rendering that it looks old, and it's not supposed to. So,
Yeah. One thing I wanted to, because I haven't had, this is the first chance I've had to really kind of point this out. The Dark Variants characters, you'll see like the non-Dark Variants here. They have more naturalistic looks, and then they have more hard-edged looks. The Dark Variants characters do. So like bang, 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 like this, whereas her hair flows and is smooth. So
Yeah.
that's one way I'm going to differentiate between the characters in the book, so you can tell just on sight which character is not, a standard regular human character. So
Right.
anyway,
Yeah, there's always those things you can do to let people know it's something different. Like adding glasses. This character's different because they have glasses. It's Clark Kent.
and if you're Christopher Reeve, you can pull it off.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Cobra Kai, I love that show, and the reason why it does all the stupid things the best way is because it's what the characters would do. They respect the characters.
Yeah.
And,
This is how that would go. Yeah.
and it's like, in this situation, what would Johnny do? What would Johnny Lawrence do? He would do this because that's the most Johnny Lawrence thing. In this situation, what would LaRusso do? He would do this because it's the most LaRusso thing. So, and they lean really into
also
it.
like keeping in mind their age. It's like this is
Yeah.
what 40-year-old Johnny Lawrence would do. Or however old they were, I guess.
Oh, it's exactly right.
Right.
I can imagine them and
So
the
like
writers-
relative to their age, it definitely felt like everything about it felt like that is them growing up for sure.
Here's Johnny Lawrence. He's 50 years old and still lives in a rundown apartment with a Firebird, and
Driving
some
a Camaro
dude
or a
comes
Firebird.
up and torches it. What's 40-year-old man-child Johnny Lawrence gonna do?
Right.
And then they pick the craziest thing, and then they write it in the story. I love that show. It's awesome.
Yeah. Well, my daughters got really into it because I've watched Karate Kid with them since they were babies practically. But they loved it. And then so I watch it with them. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll check it out because you guys love it. I wasn't even really going to. And then, yeah, I fell in love with it mostly because everything Johnny says makes me laugh.
Oh yeah.
Like, he
Hilarious.
can't deliver a line without me, like, laughing. So, like, I love this show because Johnny makes me laugh.
Put one of those hash browns on it.
Yeah, I put one of those hash browns.
Yeah. What he's like blowing up. What was it? He did he not plug the computer in? Is that what happened, or he turned it back and said it was broken? Turned back into the pawn shop.
Yeah.
He's like, did you charge it? He goes, what do you mean charge it? Oh God, I love that show. What I wish is I wish that every one of our favorite IPs had people writing it that loved them, like the Karate Kid guys do. So if they had people like these guys that are writing Cobra Kai, writing Star Wars, it would have been the greatest sequel trilogy of all time. So,
Right.
Yeah.
That is such a huge difference. And that's like, and I think that's how you got on the whole subject and all the martial arts and everything we talked about. But it all came back to Prey, and I was talking about how I don't watch remakes. I just don't, because I run the risk of like getting mad at something that I love being raped in front of my eyes for the sake of millions of dollars, and I'm like, oh, I can't believe they're ruining this awesome thing.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. And that's why I'm not going to watch this Lord of the Rings show. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't need to have to take a bat out of my television. So.
Right. I mean, there's been a few times that I have, most of it with bad results. I'm trying to think of one that it wasn't, where I actually liked the take or the remake. Cobra Kai is a good example. I did like it.
I think Cobra Kai has that nice balance of new school and old school though too. Like kids can watch it, like new
Sure.
kids can get into it, but then the old classic people can get into it too. They're not shitting on Johnny Lawrence and LaRusso to raise some
some weirdo check marks that nobody cares about. You know what I mean? I think that's the big difference.
Yeah, and they did that with the schools. I thought that was great, incorporating teenagers and their kids, but like
Yeah.
having all the teenage elements, which were a big part of Karate Kid to begin with,
Mhm.
having this new generation of teenagers brought into the lore of these old guys now, in their schools. That was great.
Hey, welcome EB. Thanks for tuning in, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you. Good evening.
He got volume 1 of Earth's Best Friends up on the website right now to order.
Nice.
I did the cover for,
with
so
your cover on there.
Go buy it. I got blue pencil on my fingers. Go buy it. Go buy it.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to tap out, but I appreciate you having me on.
No problem, man. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, good night, Drew. Good to see you as always, man.
Absolutely. Thank you all for all your kind advice and good words. And I didn't realize there were a bunch of fighters on this stream. That's awesome.
Fighters. I'm a lover.
Lovers, not haters. All right. All right. I'll see y'all later. Okay.
Later, bud.
Good night, Drew. Yeah, so going back to the training and all that. So my dad trains multiple disciplines of martial arts, and when I was a kid, he was really trying to get me into it. And what he was doing at the time was Kempo, and he knew the instructor ran the place. His name was Barry Benedict, and I know my dad told him to like be a dick to me. Had to be the case. And my dad didn't tell me anything either. He just kind of like threw me to the wolves. But so I didn't know how to like tie my belt. I didn't know how to put my gi on. So my dad dropped me off. He's like, "I'll pick you up when you're done." And I go down to the locker room, and I'm sitting there like, I don't know what I'm doing. And it took I was always like a really shy kid. It took all this like energy for me to go like, you just have to walk out there in front of class, just grab his attention, tell him you don't know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's a bold move, but that's what I got to do, or I'm just going to sit back here like an idiot and not even join in. And so I walk out there, my belt's not tied, none of that. And I walk up to him, and this guy was like a fucking like Vietnam vet or something, like crazy. I mean, he was cool, and he was actually fun once I got to know him, but this is like my first introduction. It was like, he just laid into me for walking in front of the class and interrupting. He laid into me for not being properly dressed. And in that school, you always had to do push-ups on your knuckles on a board. And so I was like 10 or 11. He made me do 50 push-ups in the corner on the board where you do push-ups. He's like, go over there and do 25 for interrupting class, 25 for not being properly dressed. And for a little 10-year-old doing 50 push-ups, that took me like half an hour.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I guess this is what we're in for. But my dad and him are friends. So for him to like just lay into me, I'm like, I bet my dad told him to like be a dick. It's like, my boy's soft. Toughen up.
Yeah.
Don't give him no slack.
Yeah, my dad was always in the I think it's part of the era thing too. My dad was always in the martial arts and kung fu and shit.
Yeah.
He had a little a school in Chicago for a little bit and stuff, But that's back when they were having like turf wars and shit. Like what?
Yeah, right.
But then, see, that's the thing. That's one thing that I love about. One thing that I love about jiu-jitsu and grappling in general is, the one thing I didn't like about modern martial arts was that a lot of the teachers and stuff, because of their belt, they felt like they had this air about them, and you could never they can never be tested. You would never
Right.
test them because, well, oh, I know some shit, blah, blah, whatever, you know. But you roll, the professor in jiu-jitsu will always roll. And especially if he trusts you, because he doesn't want to roll with anybody that's going to hurt him, because he has to teach the classes. So,
Well, yeah.
but the way Professor Gideon had it, since he screened you, he kind of knew how you were. And so after I was there for a week or two or whatever, you know, it's like, okay, let's roll, everybody. And then he could get down on the mat, and then we start rolling. You know, you fucking
Yeah.
know.
You know their level.
Within,
Well, yeah.
within that 20 seconds, this shit's shut down. And he knows what, you know, he knows, and you have to, in jiu-jitsu or in judo or in grappling, you have to, because you're interacting with students all the time. You're showing them stuff, you're rolling with them, so it's very more interactive. Where you have like this guy with a beer gut that's, you know, 50 years old and can't walk up a flight of stairs, who's going to be smoking, and he's your sensei.
Yeah.
And shit. You got to call this turkey master. You know what I mean? Where you're like, well, this fucking guy ain't gonna do nothing, but because he's been doing it so long. But with jiu-jitsu, you have to be able to do it, and I think that's the big thing.
Well,
So
that was
it-
like a prevalent thing, I think, in the 80s, was a lot of people just pretenders, you know,
Oh yeah,
basically salesmen saying, like, I know what I'm doing, and just making shit up.
oh yeah, yeah. It was a big scam in the '80s. You know, big on the ads that they would have, and
What do
the
they call
the
that?
black belt magazines and shit and stuff
Bullshito.
like that.
Bullshito.
Yeah. And so you're just like, all right, man, like, yeah. And so that's one thing I always enjoyed about, you know, judo and jiu-jitsu, because judo has a lot of grappling too. It's not, it all depends where you go or how you learn. I learned from my brother, who learned judo in Korea while he was in the service.
Oh, yeah.
And so when you would compete, but you would roll like jiu-jitsu. I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking, he learned like probably like mid 90s, like 96, 97 when he was deployed over there. So,
I know a
You
lot
know-
of judo is, you know, immersed in a lot of jujitsu elements, you know, because there's locks and submission type moves in judo, but a lot of people just think of judo as throws, because that's kind of where it focuses, like Olympic wise and stuff like that.
yeah, that's the sport judo, but the real judo is, because the guy who taught the Gracies was a judo guy.
I think I remembered that.
Yeah, the guy who taught the Gracies, he was a Japanese. He was a catch wrestler, so he was a submission wrestler
Right.
and judo guy. And the head of the Gracie family would have his circus or whatever, and he would put on shows and have wrestling and stuff. And the guy who ended up teaching the Gracies, he was the Korean or Japanese, but he was an Oriental guy, and he taught them. And then they make their own system, and but we're seeing jiu-jitsu, but it came from catch wrestling and judo.
Well, that's interesting, because I knew it was fairly modern Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It started with whatever the granddaddy Gracie guy, you know.
Yeah, and that's what the thing too is, that there was a lot of kind of shady stuff too that came out about the Gracies and stuff like that too as well.
Yeah. Well, and I mean,
Yeah. You had like them, they split and all types of stuff, you know. Though Hickson Gracie is probably the greatest grappler of all time, in my opinion.
yeah, Hickson was, it was funny because Hoist was the name because of the UFC, but Hickson, everyone who knows he was the ridiculous one, the one.
Yeah,
who
well, they
defeated.
want,
Never
originally it was going to be Hickson, but they didn't want people to back out. And
Oh,
Hickson was
okay.
like, well, if you want me to
Knew there
fight,
was
you
a
have
more
to
to
pay
it.
me. You know, he's like, but you have to pay me. That was part of it too, because Hickson was already big in Japan. He was a name already.
Yeah.
So at first it was going to be Hickson. He's like, well, you got to pay me, and his brother didn't want to pay him. And he's like, well, we'll have Hoist come and do it.
Yeah.
You know, but Hickson, anybody talks, it's like, you ask any of the Gracies, Hickson's the man. You know?
Well, no, I remember buying, you know, back in the day of the black belt magazines and stuff, and yeah, I remember one of the last ones I bought was Hickson on the cover, and you could just see it, like, just look at him, and damn.
Yeah, I mean, he was the guy that was
Animal.
really out there making the Gracie name, you know,
Yeah.
competing and all types of stuff, you know what I mean, and going.
But they were
overseas.
notorious for, like, just going to dojos to prove their style was better. You know?
Yeah, that's crazy,
Which is-
dude.
Pretty crazy, pretty bold, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's almost a dick move, but man, Cannibal.
But then tons of guys would come to their stuff too, you know. So
Well, sure, that became a thing. Like you said, turf wars and shit.
yeah. There's also a big feud that the Grandpa Gracie had in Brazil against a guy that he wrestled like twice. I'm trying to think who it was. Might have been. I'm trying to think who it might have been Kimura, but who's actually Japanese.
Yeah,
It's been a while since I did it. They had a bout and they pretty much like tapped each other out, but oh man, Gracie was out, so he didn't. And when the ref grabbed him, he woke up.
oh, gotcha. But that's not how his story goes, I'm sure.
Well, on his deathbed, he wrote the guy a letter,
Oh,
saying that he
that he
told
went,
that you
You got me.
that I was out, pretty much, you know. But
Well, you know, I was a big Pride fan back in the day, and I was always watching Pride FC. But that was the thing. I watched a lot of UFC, and it was Hoist Gracie, and he was just dominant. And it was almost like it seemed like he was unbeatable and stuff in the UFC. And it was when I was training with those girls, and I'm like, yeah, that guy is never about beaten. They're like, what are you talking about? Sakuraba beat him.
Sakuraba, oh, fucking
Yeah.
love Sakuraba, man.
Yeah. So then I watched, and then I'm like, oh, Sakuraba, he's got to be unbeatable. But then my favorite fighter of all time, another Brazilian, but he wasn't specifically known for his jiu-jitsu, even though he was a black belt, technically, was the Sakuraba killer. And that was Vanderlei Silva.
Yeah, Vanderlei Silva,
The
man.
Axe Murderer was my absolute all-time favorite UFC fighter because he was
such a cool time, man, especially
It
in Pride.
was.
You had
Yeah, Pride
Vanderlei,
was
you had
crazy.
Miracle Crow Cop kicking people in the head.
Yeah, Fedor.
Yeah, dude. Like Vader was like unstoppable. Just, man.
That's where Dan Henderson got his start.
Yeah. So I heard a lot of that stuff was I don't know how much, but there were rigged matches from the Yakuza.
There were, but you could tell the one.
The Yakuza owned it. Yeah.
You could tell some things you can't fake. You know what I mean? But yeah, and then one of the more legendary ones was Don Fry versus I can't remember the guy.
The big Japanese dude.
Yeah, the big Japanese dude that they just like grabbed the back of each other's heads and were just like pow, 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 for like the whole fight. It was one of the most insane things I ever saw. It was like, who has the softer face?
Yes.
And it turned out the Japanese dude had the softer face. Don Fry, I think, does not have a human face. His is made of actual granite.
Yeah, he looks like his face is made out of brick. He got like a brick jaw. It's so square.
Well, he looked like a character from Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah, he did. He
He
looked
had
like a
that
Street Fighter
mustache.
character.
I mean, I always thought he looked. I'm like, you look like I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a certain character in Punch Out that I'm like, you look exactly like that guy.
Give me a second here. I'll be right back. My daughter's woken up.
She's awoken. No worries. When it's just out and I never have anything to talk about, though. Especially when it's not my show. But whoever's watching, I hope you're having a kick-ass night. You're doing awesome. Could be anyone.
All right, crisis averted.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's so neat when you had like all the different styles fighting each other and stuff, and then it just all became homogenized.
Yeah, which was a matter of time that was going to happen. You know?
Yeah, it's like your favorite band goes big and everybody knows who they are, and you're just like, oh fuck.
Well, I mean, I think it was better for the sport all in all.
Oh yeah,
But it back when it was like, you know, every discipline being kind of like differently represented by different people.
Mhm.
Felt like Bloodsport and Best of the Best, you know, all these
Yeah.
80s tournament championship best fighters of the world kind of movies that I loved, you know.
Yeah, they had some pretty neat ones. I have to go watch them. I ended up, I kind of like the more grappling based ones recently. I mean, it's been years since I watched, but Sakuraba had one where they had teams, and it was called Quintet.
A movie?
No, like a league.
Oh yeah,
grappling
yeah.
league.
I know Boss Rutan did one. That
Yeah, he
kind of had
does
its own rules. Yeah, that
Yeah, he
guy's-
does karate now, which is pretty cool.
That guy's one of my favorite personalities. He's hilarious.
Boss Rutan, yeah, Boss Rutan is
He would do
It's-
these
it's-
like self-defense videos, and they're some of the funniest things you ever heard.
that guy's a grappling genius, dude. Like the stuff that he would come up with, it's just like, man,
Yeah.
way ahead of its time.
Kind of like mixing. Again, it's like you take these. It's kind of like what Bruce Lee did, which is like, why are you stuck on one thing? You know, like, so let's take elements and create something.
Mhm.
You know. But Boss Rutan was a bouncer, and so he'd tell these stories while he's doing his stuff.
Yeah,
So he's like, yeah, you see the corner of that counter and you bounce the guy's head off of it. Don't you ever mess with me. Or he was getting a rear naked choke, but it was like a standing one. And he's like trying to show how to get out of it. He's like, heel to the balls. Heel to the balls. It's so the funniest. It's his accent.
yeah, it's pretty funny. My brother was teaching MMA and grappling at a school outside of the city for a bit, and I guess for his birthday, because my brother ordered like the DVD set that he like broke down all his matches and stuff.
Yeah.
It had a bunch of tips. So my brother was, watching that all the time and taking notes and stuff and implementing stuff in his grappling game and things like that. And so his wife, I guess, emailed Boss Rutan and told him like, oh, he's watching your stuff and he's teaching you whatever, his birthday's coming up. So Boss Rutan ends up sending him a big poster that he signs.
Nice.
And then he gives him his personal email. So he's like, here's my personal email. If you have any questions, email me.
That's cool.
So then Boss Rutan and my brother are emailing, back and forth. And then Boss Rutan does a seminar in Chicago. And my brother's like, oh, I'm going to go.
Yeah.
So he goes to some grappling school that he's never been to. That's like 3 hours away. And he goes there. He's like, oh yeah, I'm just here to learn because it was open to the public or whatever. And then so he's like there, and he's teaching the class and he's looking at my brother. And he's teaching the class. He's looking at my brother. He's like, do I know you? He's like, oh yeah, I'm Lex.
Yeah.
He's like, oh dude. So then he's like, I guess,
oh, my brother.
He's like, I don't know if he had it set up to like the guy, whoever he was gonna demonstrate on went to that school or not.
Yeah.
I think that was like, and he was like trying to work with, some dude that was there to like, oh, this is how you do this and you can transition from here. And,
Yeah.
But he's like, oh, Lex, come over here, man. And then he just showed he just did everything with Lex the whole time because Lex knew what he was doing because he was studying the tapes Boss Rutan shit.
Yeah. He knew boss's approach.
Yeah, so he got to like roll and learn with Boss Rutan and shit. It was actually pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's one of the best personalities in martial arts in general.
Yeah, such a neat dude.
He was one of the best at calling out the bullshito stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah, his karate combat stuff's pretty interesting. You can just watch it on YouTube. He's there and he
he's got a lot of
commentates.
content.
he commentates with like Sal Ronaldo, who commentated. I don't know if
I
he
know
still
he
does
was doing.
WWE.
He was on. Oh, that'd be cool. I know
Yeah, I know.
he was on Rogan's podcast way back in the day, and he was talking about the Bullshido guys would come into the gym or something, and then have like their students there, and they'd be standing there going like, "Oh, well, if they did that, I would just gouge their eyes or something like that." He's like,
Yeah.
He's like, "Okay, let me show you. I'm gonna put you in a choke. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Okay, like gouge my eyes. He's like, you're out before you even get there."
That's what the EO says too. Was like that was a good podcast. Rogan needs to have Boss Rootin on more. But
Yeah,
He was saying, "Well, I can do it too. You don't understand. I can
Right.
do it too."
what you're doing, I can do.
Exactly. I'm gonna have you in a chokehold, and I'm gonna poke your eyes out.
Right.
Or he's like, "Okay, you try to gouge my eyes. I'll put you in this choke. You try to gouge my eyes. I'll break your neck.
Yeah,
All right, let's go." And they're like,
Yeah.
wait. It's like, dude, I can do it too. You don't understand. You're not the only one that can punch people in the balls, and I probably
Well,
can do it better.
yeah,
So
that's-
like, what the fuck? So yeah,
that's
anytime.
kind of
Walker-
what got taught is like, oh, this is how you get out of this thing, and it's like, well, everything's dynamic, right? It's not necessarily. It may be a way to get out of something, but you give people a false sense of confidence if they go,
Yeah.
well, in that situation, I would just do this.
Mhm.
Like, some of that stuff's not practical at all.
Dangerous.
Well, dangerous to think that way. Yeah,
Well, yeah, because you're giving these people a false sense of security,
for sure.
you know. And it's like, oh yeah, your guy comes at you with a knife, you're covered, man. Just do this. And the guy shows up with a knife, and you're like, "Don't worry, bro, I got this."
Well, again, that was the
Shit,
danger
I
of
just started to
Karate
move like-
Kid
Yeah.
was
You're
giving us
supposed-
all a
You're supposed to go like this.
fake sense of security. Yeah, do a crane kick.
Yeah.
It's indefensible if you do it right.
Oh, you mean you're not gonna swing the knife overhand
Oh,
like
yeah.
this?
Did you see that Jim Carrey skit on In Living Color?
Yeah.
Like many beginning students, you attacked me wrong.
Yeah, man, calling out the bullshit before, like, ahead of its time as
Oh,
usual,
yeah.
man.
Well, I think a lot of people knew. I mean, there's some funny videos obviously floating around there. And like all the board breaking and stuff, That was the thing. Like Taekwondo was a big one. And everybody's like, Taekwondo. And it's like, yeah, you're going to learn quite a few things. But as far as it actually being practical, it's probably not the best martial art.
Yeah.
That's it. If you're looking for something for, kind of like what Drew was talking about, something to get you in shape, something to get you flexible, something to give you some fundamentals of striking and balance and, certain things like,
Yeah.
they'll help with all that, and pretty much even the dumbest Bullshido kind of studio would probably still give you some element of that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to learn proper defense or proper discipline, do a little homework.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost better off just doing boxing.
Oh, for sure. And
your feet don't have to leave the fucking ground.
so that was Bruce Lee's comment to all the jiu-jitsu guys, because he's like, the jiu-jitsu guys would say 80% of fights end up on the ground or something like that, or 70%, whatever it was.
Mm.
And Bruce Lee would always go, yeah, but 100% start standing up.
Yeah. And they're like, okay, what we're gonna do? We're on the concrete. We're gonna take them down, and that's what's crazy, like with some of the stuff.
Right. Have you ever tackled somebody on the concrete?
Yeah, it busted your fucking knees, like.
Right. I mean, yeah.
It's like no.
Well,
man.
and if you're on a mat or something, even if your head hits hard, you're like, whoa, that was almost like a concussion.
Yeah.
If that's concrete, it is a concussion, and maybe knocked out, So.
Yeah. Now you just killed the guy.
Yeah, that's
Good luck.
the other side of it too. Like,
Yeah.
you throw a guy on his head on the concrete, or knock him out and he falls backwards, hits his head on it.
Yeah.
Now you're a murderer, Like, and you
Yeah.
just thought it was just some bullshit fight. Because when I was younger, like that was the thing. We were all trying to be like tough and stuff, and we would get in fights all the time. And I kind of had a crew that like they just played it up like that.
Mhm.
That's just what we did, I guess. But not particularly proud. But that said, I'm glad I got out of that without, a lot of negative results coming from it.
Yeah.
Because that time it was like, oh, it's just what we do. We just fight. And but I know I worked with this guy who's like the big general manager of this big company, and he was like had me in his office talking or something, and he was like telling me about his son who died. His son got in a bar fight, got punched in the face, smacked his head against the back of the bar, and brain hemorrhage, died before he even got to the hospital.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, that is scary as fuck. You know what I mean?
Is. I remember me and my brother used to go to the bars and stuff when I turned 21.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know why my brother's all tattooed up and shit, and real nice guy. I don't know, just something about him. People always want to fuck with them.
Well,
It's just like, no, man, like, hey, man, So I guess some guys started talking some shit. So my brother starts talking back, yeah, whatever, man, fucking making fun of him and shit, starts ripping on him and stuff. The guy gets upset. And he's like, let's go outside, step outside. He's like, no, he's like, you're drunk right now. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock, meet me in the park across the street. Then we'll fight. And then I'm going to kick the shit out of you while you're sober. The guy never showed up. So
well, the
guy probably didn't even fucking remember. He's like, what?
I'm surprised your brother showed up. Like it's like at a bar, you say stuff like that.
Yeah. He's
No,
like,
no one's gonna remember for what.
Or when even when he was like, when he was teaching classes, like because he had business cards. He's like, here, come to my dojo. Come to my dojo tomorrow. We'll fight. We'll fight in my dojo. You're drunk right now. I'd be taking advantage of you if I kicked your ass right now. Come to my dojo.
Funny, like meeting the dude at the bar who's an MMA fighter, or that they're not, but they're talking about it. They're saying they are, or that they're training to be. And I'm like, I can totally tell you're not.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nice shtick. It probably works on some people.
Yeah.
But I don't feel a need to call anybody out, especially at a bar where alcohol is involved.
Absolutely, man.
People can do crazy shit. So. But I will say that when I was younger and in that mindset, it happened all the time. And then when I took the chip off my shoulder and basically went, I didn't carry it around anymore. It never happened.
Mm-hmm.
I never had anybody mess with me after that. I mean, like, we're not nearly on the level of, because it's kind of like you get two dogs.
Yeah.
And if one of them gets a little aggressive, like the whole situation gets all jacked up, and they sense it. They can sense that weirdness with the other dog.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that. Like you walk into a bar or you walk into a party or something, you're like, oh yeah, I know who I'm probably going to end up getting in a fight with later tonight.
Yeah.
I see him right there. That's the guy. And he probably saying the same exact thing,
This fucking guy.
Yeah. What do they call it? Big dick energy. But big dick is in like you're a total dick, that kind of big dick energy.
I think I only had one kind of little thing like that at the club one time. I was talking shit. I'm like, you want to battle, cuz? He's like, yeah. I said, on the dance floor, bitch. Let's go. He was like, what? And I'm like, yep. Come on, fool.
That's the way to defuse that.
Yep.
Good job.
I was like heavy into like b-boying and breakdancing at the time and shit. So I'm like, I'm about to smoke this fool, bro. He's like,
that's why.
Forget it, man. I'm like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh snap, you got served, bro. You didn't show up on the dance floor. So like,
you didn't even show up.
A bunch of people were out there were just like, you got served, chanting at this poor guy. I'm just like, yeah, boy.
That's why I only go on karaoke nights anymore. is because I'm like, well, for one, that's why I like going, is because I like having a microphone and singing.
Mhm.
But that diffuses like everything when people start like. So I remember there's a small town north of me, but like all the bikers hang out there, and they had a karaoke night. And yeah, these guys sometimes get a little brash, because they got their crew with them and all that. And whenever that happens, I'm like, it just instantly diffuses it when they hear me sing. They're like, oh, he's cool. Never mind. We're not going to fuck with it. But that's where I was supposed to be tonight. Not that specific bar, but I was going to meet a friend who, actually an old friend of my ex, but for some reason he always hits me up, wants to hang out. But he's a former like club biker and loves hanging out at those kind of bars. I'm like, I hate hanging out at those places because I just always feel like something's gonna go down and I don't want to be involved, So
Yeah, you don't want to go someplace that's gonna stress you out, not relax you.
yeah, exactly. But I did want to see him, and I was like, yeah, he was doing this poker tournament, and then he was gonna. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna pass, man. I'd rather draw. So
Yeah.
So maybe we'll hang out like on a different turf. Like I said, he was a friend. I only met him through my ex, so it's always weird. Because he's always wanted to hang out. I'm like, okay, cool guy.
Don't you got any friends, man? Like, don't you got your own friends?
Yeah. Well, he does, but like he quit the club life, so he doesn't like specifically hanging out with all the motorcycle club guys,
Oh yeah.
Because it's kind of like that time's come and gone for him,
It makes sense though. Sometimes we all gotta grow up, man.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, I know a lot of even outlaw club guys that are cool as shit, and they got their stuff together. They're successful. They just play this game of being in a club and they love it, and it gives them a sense of community, camaraderie, whatever.
Yeah.
I just don't like when they're like the dudes who kind of the power gets to their head or something, or the idea of being in a club makes them feel untouchable and weird about stuff. And you're like, yeah, no, I'll never respect that. But then you can't do anything about it because you're like, well, I said you're still connected to an outlaw club, so what can I say? So I just stay away from those.
Yeah.
But that's a cool one. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think I've spent enough time in bars or anything to kind of deal with that kind of stuff, honestly.
Yeah.
And again, I'm kind of a boring dude.
You ain't missing much.
Yeah, especially now, man. I never. We'd always have like dudes' night out and stuff, when I was in my early 20s and shit like that. And then it became like, it became dudes' night out, and then it was like dudes' night out, but this guy's girlfriend was able to come.
Yeah, that screws everything up.
And I was like, oh, so I can't bring my girlfriend, who you guys known since we were like 17 years old. Now we're 23.
Right.
I can't bring my girlfriend because it's dude's night out. But this guy could bring his girlfriend because she drinks. And I guess she's more fun, I suppose. So I'm like, all right, like it's like my my girl's gonna drive us home. I don't know what you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the problem is, but yeah, it's very weird. So then that's when I was like, then we got in this big argument one time. They're like, dude, like, she's trying to control your life, man.
You change, man. Yeah.
Like, she's trying to control. She has everything's planned for you, and blah 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 blah. And
I've had those, yeah.
And that guy and that girl ended up still getting married before I did.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that's the thing, though. I mean, my wife, my girlfriend at the time, we've already been together. Like 5 years already. So it's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like we just started dating and and
Yeah. Well, you said
she
like
wants
they have to
something
do
from
her.
me, which is totally understandable, So it's not like it was like, oh, I mean, you guys been dating for 2 years already, and she's trying to lock you down, bro. It's like, come on, man.
Well, and I know like in my life when my kids were like your kids' age, like I never went out, like I didn't want to really, it's like,
Yeah.
and the only reason I do nowadays, I really think is mostly because I do have that time to spend,
Yeah.
so I'm like, oh,
Absolutely.
you got to do something, but
Yeah.
so we'll just say that streaming is a little healthier, slightly, because I still drink on stream most of the time.
That's social drinking, man.
Yeah, well, so is the other. Like, I never get.
Yeah.
I mean, I rarely ever get like shitty drunk, So even when I'm on streams and like drinking, it's like you're not gonna see me in like my worst state. Okay.
So
I don't
that's
think
the thing too, is like when I got so old now, it's like I drink a beer or two, I'm ready to go to bed. Like it doesn't keep me up at all anymore.
Oh, gotcha.
Like I'm like, all right, night, y'all. Like I'm out. If I drink on stream, I'll be going to sleep.
Yeah, that's my problem. It kind of wakes me up, especially like whiskey, because I've always liked that. But yeah, like I said, I don't ever get to that shitty point,
Yeah, and I think that's good. Sometimes that can ruin a stream too, man.
Yeah, no. Whenever I've kind of felt like that, I'm like, okay, I gotta bounce, guys. But the nice thing is my bed's right there. It's not like some weirdness. So
I think there was a fad about drunk streams and stuff, and I think now we're kind of getting over it. I think everybody's kind of being like, maybe it's a little bit too much, guys. Let's pull it back a bit.
Right. And you go, oh, I'll laugh at the drunk, and it's like, oh, actually, I think they actually might be an alcoholic. I might have this might be a big problem for them. Maybe we shouldn't encourage it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're like celebrating a closeout or something, a campaign,
yeah, for sure. There's a celebration mindset.
Yeah, absolutely.
But even then, like, keep some composure.
Yeah, let's get blitzed on stream, guys. It's like,
Well, I never want to like appear even to one person like all out of control and weird,
Yeah.
Let alone everybody out there in the internet ethosphere or whatever. So I will be right back.
Sure, man.
Grab another drink. Speaking of, I guess I could leave my camera going. But
Let's see. We got 3 people watching. One of them's probably me. I don't know if EB or Dragon Pisces is still back in. She was going pretty good. That was about almost an hour ago. EB, hope you enjoyed that book. It was cool. I'm excited to see. I don't know how many issues that you're in so far. If that's like where it ends or if you got more. I'd like to see some newer stuff. If you got any newer stuff, that'd be great. Dragon's still here. Awesome, Dragon. I'll probably hang out for about 15 more minutes. And I think 1:30 is a good time to call it. It's 1:15 right now. I think that's a good time. We've been on since 11. I've been drawing this stretcher piece. Or hammerlock, I should say. Let's make that big. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera, man. This thing's acting weird. Something changed? Like, I don't know what's going on. Turn up the gain, maybe? No. It's the contrast, maybe? I gotta turn that up or down. Let's turn that. Okay, there we go. Oh, Jesus. There we go. Much better. Is that better? Yeah, that's much better. There we go. But anyway, that's what I got here. It's like running with a clothesline. I think I'm going to, I was going to have like a robot being smashed there, but I just kind of started doodling and shading and started messing around with this stuff.
You use Procreate. What software do you use to capture the screen on stream? You have to, the way I do it, you open up, I'm on a Mac, so I open up QuickTime, but I have to share the screen in order for it to show up. Now, when I was doing other stuff on streams, or I was on other people's streams, I just pointed the camera at the thing, pretty much. This is what I did. I just pointed the camera at the screen, and I would have to lower the brightness of the screen for it to show up.
Looking good, man.
So yeah. I was gonna do him smashing the robot here, but I forgot to draw it. I'm like, oh, he was gonna be clotheslining the robot over here and stuff. So this is gonna be one of the layouts. I was trying to do I want to do a big page spread.
Yeah.
When he gets to the robots, you know,
Smashing moment.
yeah, because the elbow drops one, and then he kind of yells at the other ones. They see him because they're both carrying this giant like laser piece. Like it's like an experimental laser thing.
Yeah.
And so I want to have one to shoot a laser at him, and the other one to extend the arm, because their arms extend kind of like Dr. Octopus's tentacle things, you know, his arms.
Spectre Gadget.
Yeah, so one was gonna shoot a laser,
Yeah.
and then one was gonna shoot the arm at him, and so he was gonna dodge the laser in one. So this one was gonna be up to the freeze. Let's see if it comes back.
A little
There
bit.
it is.
There you
Okay. So this one here was going to be. Let's see if I can maybe if I drop that, can you see it better? A little bit. This one here is a long panel of him dodging the laser, and then this one's gonna be him catching the arm, the tentacle arm. And then the next page was gonna be him pulling the arm, and then the big page spread of him doing the lariat and clotheslining one in half.
Well, you know, you could still fit even on that image. Like you could draw the top of the robot's head and his feet going up behind the arm.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bunch of pieces and stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
This could be the smashing through the TV body.
Yeah.
You know, but this was just the like a layout of how I was gonna lay it out. This ain't even the
Thumbnail.
actual like page. Yeah, this was the thumbnail. I just kept going.
Well, you
Let's
may
see.
like it better. Who knows?
Yeah, just seeing how it was coming out and experimenting pretty much, and then I just kept adding and adding and adding. So, but the robot's probably be smashing on this arm here. I'll probably have to scoot him over more this way, so he'll have more space over here. And then yeah, so this kind of was like, I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah. No, it looks good. Got a great form on his action there.
Yeah, it looks like he's running, right? Not bad.
Yeah.
This hand's looking a little wonky here. His hand right here is looking a little.
I think it looks good.
I think it might be the thumb might be too long. That might be the problem. But I want to give him
might be a little
these
foreshortened.
big old meat paw hands.
Yeah.
You know. I like drawing like the wrinkles on the knuckles.
Same here. Sometimes I overdo it and they look old. I'm like, oh, that was a little too much.
Try to keep it. I do 3. Give him some manly hands.
Yeah. That's makes him look more manly. I was trying to think of a better word and I was like, manly. No, that's the word.
I wonder if I give him. Maybe I should give him Wolverine hair, but then that's a lot of shit I gotta draw on him.
Oh yeah, the body.
Yeah, you know, the Wolverine shoulder hair and arm hair and shit.
Eric Goliath shoulders.
Yeah.
That's the term now. Eric Goliath.
That's the thing. Like I'm doing, like I can get these nice lines. Like here, let's see if I make this bigger because you can see what I'm talking about. It's like these like nice little flick lines here,
Yeah.
you know, and like here at the bottom, and then like here at the top, and then like
Yep.
even if I wanted to throw like a couple here like this,
Right.
you know, all day with a pencil, man,
Oh,
all day.
I'm telling you. Well, like I said, I use that Renosuke to get that flick.
Yeah, and I was trying, I just
Again, that's
couldn't
what I
get
do.
it.
It's like the pressure at first and then flick. And
Mhm.
yeah, that, for whatever reason, that one works great for me.
Even when I'm like, okay, let me test it, and I'm doing them here.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, cool, man, they came out great. Then I do them on my actual piece, and it looked like ass. I'm like, what happened, man? I'm like, damn it. It looked good here on the paper when I did it beforehand, and I go do it on the actual comic page, and it looks like butt. I'm like, damn it.
Well, I'll show you if you want to pull out
Yeah.
a different piece of
Yeah, we
paper.
Exit this.
Can I show you how I do it? Like a solid black that we're gonna throw lines off with, basically.
Oh shit! I can't shut the stream down now. Fucking Robo shows up.
Oh man, this Robo.
And we super wide, bro. You know, widescreen.
Something
So I
wrong
gotta
with the
ball it up
OBS.
first and then flick.
Odin's gonna show us how to flick. So he's dropping
Flick.
the knowledge.
Let's see. Let's see.
They're not the best. But that's the thing, like I kind of ball up the bottom and then just pull
Uh-huh.
and flick. Pull and flick.
Are you using the hard or the soft?
It's the hard.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the way the soft feels. Maybe I have to break it in. Maybe the soft feels kind of weird.
I've never bought the soft ones, man. The soft feels weird. Of course it does.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go beyond that, but the soft always feels weird. But yeah,
You
that's
got the hard technique, the soft technique for the flicking.
yeah. So you see, like I'm kind of like just going back and forth, and then when I'm finished, then I'll throw it out there. And this one's kind of an old. That's why I say it gets this kind of like dry brush thing at the end sometimes. So like a new one will have a better flick. But yeah. And do cross hatchet. So I used to just do this for hours. Like when I'm at work or something, like on the phone, all I do is just sit here and like do cross hatching all day long.
That's probably why, man.
Who needs therapy? You got the cross hatching.
That's right. That is my therapy. I want to try more like stippling, just for different textures. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Because,
Have you tried like angling the pen a little bit?
Yeah.
It doesn't work with that pen.
No, it does. You'll definitely get a different feel from different angles. But again, this is like doing like this dry brush thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
That's nice.
And you can do it like I have the brush pen. It just takes so much more control. And the brush pen, I go the other direction. I don't flick. I actually go
oh
from
yeah, yeah,
light to big.
yeah. That's what I do.
And it looks like Bruce Lee claws from Enter the Dragon.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you just barely put any pressure and the thing will bleed out all over. So. But I can flick with this a little bit, and I have done it. But sometimes it just gets too fat.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm in the mode of drawing with that other brush, which is much easier to handle.
It's interesting. Like, what is it, like Ethan and RT Berry? Like, they used to, or maybe just Art who uses the brush a lot before, but now he just uses the pens, right? And it has a different feel. But yeah, I like it. I like what he does with it.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, you can still get it's because I can do it from microns,
Yeah.
And the thing is, you just have to ball it up a lot more at the front end, but you definitely get a pretty good line off at the end. Like, you can extend it a lot. You know, the camera's not the best, so it's not going to show these. But yeah, that balling it up is kind of the trick.
Yeah.
Wad it up on the back end, but if you're coming off a solid black, it's even easier because you can do it underneath. You have a lot of like play to like really. You don't have to be as in line like that. So this is like Wrightson style, where you don't even put a hard black edge on a shape.
Mm-hmm.
You just make that the edge. That's how Wrightson would render. It's like he was drawing a forearm, he would do that, and then the other muscle come underneath, he'd do this. And I always like that. I just don't always have the patience for it. So I'm like, I'm gonna make a black line and a black line and then come on.
Yeah, I like John Buscema's like fat old like 4 lines. Zip, zip, zip. Here you go, man.
Oh yeah, those old school guys, but they were all very brush heavy, and some of them were quill guys too.
Yeah, I almost think that.
But yeah, they would do that like you get like a forearm, and it'd just be like this line like that, and then they would just be like, just but even more solid. I can't even do it like them. I'm not doing it in good shape.
They have that leg muscle, you know. They have fat and then stroke a couple strokes going up, you know. It's like that classic, you know. Man, it was so good at with that brush, man. John Buscema was one of the greatest.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt a leg like that. So here's a knee, and then they would do that on this under muscle right here.
Yeah.
And then just be like that hole, like you were saying. I'm horrible with this brush. Let me get a better angle on it. That helps. But yeah, they were brush masters.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, mine looks like ass. It's all good. No John Buscema. It's all the technique. Yeah. Well, because I've gotten so used to using. There was a time when I got pretty decent at doing that with the bigger brush, and then I got used to this one, the Tombow Funanosuke, which is so much easier because it is that hard brush that you can put pressure and it doesn't bleed out. You know.
That's still for the first story, right?
This one I'm working on? Or are you talking to Robo or JBot?
No, for you.
Yeah, this is like the second to last page.
Oh,
so where we're getting to the finale of like the big reveal of what's actually been going on the whole time. And sometimes like, oh, you shouldn't let people see that stuff. I'm like, nobody's gonna piece this together. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody gets weird about that stuff. I'm like, nah, nobody's that dedicated that they're gonna piece it together.
I mean, unless you're doing like some kind of like special reveal, or I mean, I don't know. Even then, though, too, it's like
even then, you'd have to like pay really close attention to everything I've shared up to this point.
Yeah.
And then also have some kind of revelation as to what I'm getting across here, which no one's gonna do. So.
I mean, if you're so dedicated that you're gonna do like this leads to this and this leads to that.
Right. You're already my biggest fan at that point.
You're already buying you're already buying the book.
Yeah, you're already buying the book at that point. Like if somebody did that, I'd be like, holy shit, I love you.
We work with you guys.
Are you able to share anything, Robo?
Yeah, I asked permission. So yeah, go for it.
There you go.
Doing a strangling.
You weren't able to before, or you were just being respectful, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but there was a point where I couldn't show anything, so I was like, I asked him like, "Hey, can I show this?" He said, "Yeah, go for it." And then I feel like I had egg on my face that were like, I should have just asked him from the start.
Well, and you know, like I was saying, a lot of people do get weird about that. But in my mind,
Yeah.
if people are seeing it and liking it, it's promoting it. You know,
Yeah. Exactly,
people
yeah.
want to see this because they want to know what they're getting and they get excited for it.
Yeah, that's what James said. He's like, yeah, draw that shit, show it off.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, cool.
Well, and again, like he's always weird about showing stuff, but it's like story reveals, you know, where you've got he's got letters on the page. Like I haven't shared anything with letters on the page because that does reveal quite a bit, you know.
Yeah.
But if it's just the art, it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
this helps sell the book, you know, like you're gonna like it.
That's right. I guess when you have that, what do you call it, that perspective, you got like free marketing here and there. You just gotta be selective of what you show.
Sure. Well, and like in your situation where you're working with someone, you're not the creator, you're working with somebody, you definitely have to get their permission, like you said. You know?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but it's just the fact that I had to work up the courage, I guess, just to,
Right. Like, why didn't I ask months ago? Or, well, I don't
Yeah.
not months, but however long you do it.
He's like, you're making a big deal out of it. And they're like, yeah, sure.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, whatever.
So, like,
Pay
I was
for the
wondering why you
arguments.
weren't sharing anything.
You're only gonna ask now?
Right.
It's like, dude, I've been waiting for you to ask.
Yeah.
All this time. Oh yeah. That was cool. You know, so
And yes, Robo, I missed you, man, but I was not crying. I was not weeping. You came back
Is it
just in time.
what is it? The stories of of your anguish were greatly exaggerated.
Yeah, I could see that happening. All I go is, man, I miss Robo. And the next thing you know, Odin's simping for it, Robo.
Yeah, oh, yes.
You should have seen him.
Every night he cries himself to sleep. I miss him. Which is totally true.
Oh. Could have just told me that off there. You didn't have to say that.
Too late. Outed myself.
But for JBot, that's for the stretcher, right?
Yeah, so we had I had an impromptu meeting, or I should say, I asked some creative decisions for the name of the book. And so originally, before he became the stretcher, I had his name's Hammer Lock, like hammer and lock, like the move, right? And then he becomes the stretcher, and so I'm talking to my wife, and she's like, Hammer Lock's way better. And I was like, okay, well, let me see. So I went, I sent the message to Drew, and I sent the message to James.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, what's better, the mask stretcher or Hammer Lock? And they're like, dude, Hammer Lock, man. Even Drew's wife are like, it's like, what? Hammer Lock? So,
Why even asking? That's a dumb question. It's obviously Hammer Lock.
so then I'm like, okay, cool. So it's gonna be, so the name of it's gonna be Hammer Lock, The Adventures of Hammer Lock, and he's gonna have an H instead of the S. But then I get to put a fat ass H on his belt. So that's kinda cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
There you go.
yeah. So that's what we're doing. So, but
Hammer
yeah, it's
Lock.
for the same comic strip, and I'm calling it a strip because it's not going to be a full thing. You know, I'm probably going to wrap this story up, and maybe this is I'm working on maybe page 3 or 4. It'll probably end up being like 8 pages, you know, and then move on to the next adventure. So each adventure is going to be a few pages. Kind of like you would
Adventures
read,
of Hammer Lock.
yeah, how you would like read and, you know, the newspaper or something.
I'm not doing 30 pages to telling one story.
Right.
Oh, wait.
And then we'll see. I'll do this one, and then maybe I might want to work on do a little comic of one of my other characters, and then come back to this one. So
Well, I
I'm
missed
not
the
locked
girl
in.
in the big robot one with the islands and all that. That was
yeah,
I do like Hammerlock. He's fun.
yeah, I do want to work on that too. So it's kind of like I wrap up this story where he's fighting the iBots and stopping them from stealing the space laser, and fucking then we'll move on to something else, And I can always come back to this one and just have two.
I could have 2 strips going or something or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's
then
why
gets-
people were asking me like, well, why you don't you want like a character that you can create like a really strong IP from? And I'm like, not really. I kind of want to just move from one thing to another thing to another thing.
Yeah. You don't want to be
I'd
stuck
rather
doing
create
something.
new things all the time than
Yeah.
be stuck drawing this one character over and over and over again.
Exactly.
I can understand the appeal for it, but it's just not what I want.
hmm
Yeah, like I say, I love the layout, man. It's great. Like the symmetrical. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. I would have jacked that up in a heartbeat, man. One eye would have been bigger than the other, and all kinds of shit. I was like, I quit.
Oh, you were talking to me. I was like,
yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, no, I think an eye's symmetrical sometimes. Sometimes I don't care, but if it's too obvious, because the truth be told, most eyes on humans are not symmetrical.
They are not. Yeah.
But we want everyone to look their best most of the time.
That's true. Like, have you seen those photos where like they copy pasted like Tom Cruise's like left side and like made it like perfectly symmetrical with the line and the tooth like aligning straight down? It's freaking weird.
Oh, I bet. Well, I can only imagine. I've never seen that, but I can imagine because people are not symmetrical as we think,
I think I seen it where they like flip Ryan Gosling's face.
Like they would mirror it.
Yeah.
Yes. And he's like, well, he looks all jacked up. You're like, God damn. Like,
Right.
he got a lazy ass eye, bro. Like one eye is lower than the other, and all kinds of shit. Like, damn, bro.
But I guess you don't see him that way. But when they flip it or they mirror his face, I guess the same thing with the whatever Kylo Ren too. I heard that if you like grab like one half of his face and mirror it, like his 2 halves of his face look totally different. You would get like 2 separate people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I imagine that's true for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But,
I keep trying to do damn speed lines. I don't think that shit's happening, man. I don't think I'm a speed line guy. I just have to accept it.
but I thought they were looking good.
Kind of. But then they started not becoming symmetrical, and I'm like, I'm gonna do the old school Marvel. Fucking,
Yeah.
Let's just do that.
Well, I will say, if you're going to do speed lines, the trick is to just have that one vanishing point and then just ruler all the way around.
Yeah, I'm totally not doing
Because
that.
otherwise they can get wonky. You're like, oh, that one didn't go in the right direction.
Oh, they're wonky as all get out, man. They're all fucking.
But that looks cool. I like that, actually.
Yeah, I'm just gonna accept it, man. Let's lean into that shit and make it different.
Well, I'll just say for future reference,
Yeah, absolutely.
if you want to do the speed lines, just pick a point, like right at his midsection there or something like that, where you want them all to radiate towards. And then just take that ruler and spin it around that one point.
Lately, I've been trying just use the background, like maybe line some stuff a certain way, and then make that look like the speed lines.
Create that effect with the background.
Yeah.
That is a great idea, actually, as much as possible.
don't have an example right now. I say that, but I'm looking at the page. I'm pretty much using Speedline, so.
Well, you have a great, Robo, a great sense of design structure. So your flow and things kind of always have that element that like moves the eye in a certain direction. So yeah, the fact that you're conscious of it with your backgrounds will make like a. I mean, it's just going to be awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, because I've had that before where I've drawn a really cool background and a really cool character in the foreground, but it doesn't quite feel right because I didn't set up the background to kind of highlight the character or whatever, you know. And you know, you can also get that with just your line weights and whatever in shadow, but there's been times where I'm like, man, that is cool background, that's a cool character, but it just doesn't look pleasing the way I want it to be.
I mean, I've been seeing your pages, man. It's just like, it's great. You got a very unique and like gritty style. I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, I hope a lot of people are. Yeah, it's kind of what I like. I've done clean, like kind of more of a cleaned up, and I used to get really frustrated if it didn't look a certain way, and then somewhere in my life I started looking at a lot of other artists that I liked. Simon Bisley, Bill Sienkiewicz, Jay Lee, some of their stuff where I'm like, man, they don't care if they're coloring outside the lines at all.
Yeah.
Like, that gives me so much freedom to make this like really, because I think as long as the structure's good, the shading's good, you know, all your elements are correct, you can get crazy with it and it'll still look good, you know.
Yeah, like it's not really just the cleanliness, or just like how tight everything is. Just like if everything, like, you know, you consider like the layout and everything, it's just like it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Well, again, it still tells the story.
Yeah.
And the imagery's cool. I'm good.
Yeah.
It'll work.
Yeah. Does it look cool? All right.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's really it's kind of like when we were talking about Prey earlier and just movies, and I was like, did it entertain? Was it cool? You know?
Yeah. They have some
Do
cool
I have
ideas.
to break it apart and be like, but I didn't like this, I didn't like that? It's like, well, you kind of went in not too critical. Like, just be entertained. It's fun.
That's true. Like I have an attitude where it's like, you know, if I'm not into it, if I'm not like interested in watching it, you know, I'm just not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna be like
Exactly.
Yeah, like why put yourself through that torture?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
You
gonna
already
watch
know
something. Yeah. Well, why do it?
And if somebody
been
says like,
pleasant.
oh yeah, and if you like it, oh cool. I'm glad you liked it. You know, that's all it is.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Good for you.
There you
That's
go.
why it's
That's it from me.
entertainment. You know, like, it's entertainment. This isn't like life and death. I know we get really passionate about the stuff, but
We do, yeah. I was talking to one of my employees, and he was like, "Oh, we went and saw Thor: Love and Thunder. You know, the kids were out of town, so we went and saw movies. But you think about it, it's like, it was fun."
right.
And he's not like a comic book guy or anything, but he was just like, I'm like, well, you know,
Well, yeah.
it's Lady Thor, you know, and that's why I tell you, all the stuff that they bring in the comics that sucks, they're starting to bring it in. So
It's a real
prepared. Just be prepared. That's gonna be, you know.
Well, the thing I don't ever do is like, you know, and it's hard sometimes to not just give your honest opinion when people are like, I loved this movie, and you know it in your mind it was an absolute shit show, and you're like, I hated that movie. You know,
this is like after
not just like rip them apart, being like, no, this is the shit I love, and I'm gonna tell you why you're an idiot to like it.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Yeah.
the thing I try to avoid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it just was because he was like, we're talking about something, and because after he told me he saw it, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, well, that's cool, And then like a week later, like this week today, we were talking because he saw that when it came out.
Yeah.
And we were talking today, and we came on the subject. I was like, yeah, well, I mean, Lady Thor, it's we're talking about something, and we got on that kind of subject, or how people grab something and they try to use that pop culture to push their activism that they're trying to push on everybody, And so yeah, we're just like talking about that.
JBot, did you see it?
I did not see it.
Oh, yeah, me neither. But
I mean, I'm not going to see it though either. It's
right.
I'm not. I see the trailer and it doesn't interest me at all.
For that same reason, like we were talking about, I know I'm gonna hate it. But...
Yeah, I'm just like, it doesn't. Like Prey seems interesting to me. The way it looks.
Yeah,
it looks like a movie.
That's the highest bar you can get.
It looks like a fucking movie.
Nice compliment there. It's like I went and saw a
You know,
movie. The best thing I could say about it, it looked like a movie.
They're like, it was a movie. I felt like I was watching a real movie.
Yeah.
But that's
5
true.
stars. So I think they're trying to, do something, and the way it looked and stuff, and I was like, okay, but I think they just I think the problem is that they're marketing it wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. It's just like the market. The first trailer was just like, people are saying, "Oh, it's good. The Predator action is good," and then when you watch the first trailer, one of the main points was like, "Why are you hunting?" Well, because you think I can't. Like, oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah,
when you use the line like that,
fucking bear almost kills her. They're like, looks like they were right, lady.
Right. End of story. The Predator kills you. And then it ends the movie with the line, never send a woman to do a man's job.
and then also, pardon me, I want to see it because, spoiler alert, the dog doesn't die.
Oh.
So I'm like, all right, I got to watch this movie because they don't kill the fucking dog. So I'm like, all right, I got to check. And plus, it's free, so that's why, I can. Instead, they can stream it on Hulu or one of these apps I got. So I'm going to watch it for free anyway, so. I mean, I wouldn't pay money to see it. If that means anything.
That does mean something, but yeah.
But since I already got it,
Well, there's been times, and it's because I have 3 daughters, I've ended up at movies that I've paid quite a bit, actually, because going to the movies is expensive, especially once we all go.
Yeah.
And, get popcorn, movie between 3 girls and me.
Yeah.
$100 night at least to go see a movie I probably didn't want to see because they wanted to see.
Yeah, but then it's kind of an experience though, going and seeing something with your kiddos.
Yeah, fun. But then afterwards, I'm like, "What do you guys think of that?" Like, they all love it, and I'm like,
"Okay, cool."
Yeah,
and I think maybe that's where I got this whole thing of like just watching it objectively. I'm like, I know I'm going to be watching some movies that I don't like, so just go in with a good attitude and try and enjoy it. So.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, if they got somebody, the design of the movie looks cool. I like that they're, Native Americans and it's in the past. And so I was like, oh, it's kind of cool. I just wish it's kind of like one of the complaints that I've heard, and so far what I've seen is like, all the Indians look like they're 17 years old and they're all scrawny as fuck. And it's like, give me Last of the Mohican, Native Americans. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want to see like,
You want to see Daniel Day-Lewis being a Native American.
Dude, if they had Daniel Day-Lewis in a Predator movie,
that's my Native American. No, what was his name? Magua or whatever.
I gotta see that movie again. I haven't watched it in such a long time.
The one Mohican who's like the guy who's in everything though. The bad
yeah, he always plays the villain.
Yeah. I think it was Magua in the movie, but
for the old man had to set his ass straight.
Yeah.
The old man says his ass straight with that big ass crazy club thing that they got.
Oh yeah. Such a weird weapon too.
I know. You want to talk about something, bro? Like one end was a club, the other end was sharp. You could split shit with it.
Yeah, it probably weighed 10 pounds.
It's made out of wood, probably cracking skulls. I'm like, that's a weapon, dude.
Well, that was the big advertisement when he throws it.
Yeah.
You know, it's coming towards the camera. I remember that on the trailer, the big ads when that came out.
I'm all for hatchets and axes. I feel like they're not used enough.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
My
So,
favorite was the hammer smashed head scene in Braveheart. When they wake that guy up in bed and just smash his head in the pillow and just with the hammer.
Jeez.
Those are my favorite.
It's like I was reading Fiendish, and the main character was, it looks like they're brothers, but there's one kid that's young and naive with the bow, and then you have the older brother, and he has two axes. Yeah, Fiendish is pretty good, man.
Good.
Well, it looks really good, obviously.
Yeah. And it's almost like it has an Aliens vibe to it too, which is really cool with the monsters, because you're legit like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
like, so
Go
when
ahead.
they touch you, they burn you.
Oh.
Oh,
Their
wow.
skin burns you. Their skin is hot. So like when he's fighting them with the axes, and the axes are wood, the axes starting to catch on
Getting
fire.
too hot. Yeah.
So
Oh,
he's
the
just
wood
like,
gets
oh
on
shit, So they're jumping on people, like with their skin, they're burning them because they're like,
Wow.
their skin burns people.
That's intense.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was like, holy, and they have like all
you-
these mouths on them and shit, and these.
But
like,
even
I
your
was like,
weapons,
dude.
like if you were cutting them with a sword, like your sword would get hot. You know, if you're slicing through a bunch of them at once. You know,
Yeah.
if you've got a steel weapon, like that steel would get too hot to handle, man.
And then they have like the thing they have like a spike that comes out and stabs you under your chin, and then just like fucking drains your body of like
That's great.
you look like a fucking zombie corpse that's been there for like rotten for 2 years. They suck everything out of your body. So it's like I'm like, this is awesome. Like that is a great, like I was legit like, oh, what's gonna happen, dude? Like fuck, bro. Like
Man, that's
That's
cool.
what you want.
yeah.
Like
It
I
was
said,
really
entertainment.
Yeah, that was really cool. And so I'm stoked for part 2. I regret not getting it. Next time I'm gonna get them both, one in black and white and one in color.
Oh yeah, you got the black and white.
I did, and I don't. I just regret, not that I regret getting the black and white, but I want
Right.
to own the color
Just
one
want
too.
both.
That's how much I liked it.
Well, you could do that with my book too, man.
Okay. Are you doing yours color? You're doing the color one? Oh,
we are doing a color one, man.
oh, nice.
Yeah, so I was talking to somebody and I don't know what the context was, but they basically just said like I would never buy a book that was black and white. And I'm like, you know what? There's a lot of people out there like that. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like I
Yeah.
totally dig black and white, but not everybody's me, you know. So I had to kind of like come to grips with that.
Yeah, she'd be like, first off, fuck you. Second,
Well, I want to see.
I guess
what
I'll do a
colorist
color
would do.
book.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of it too. It's kind
yeah, I
of
want
like,
to
that's why,
see.
like,
what it would
I'm
look
almost
like.
thinking of like I would love to like do some pencil work and then like send it to an inker and be like, hey man, ink my stuff. I want to see what it looks like. When
Yeah,
somebody
see what
else
somebody
inks
else
it,
adds. Yeah,
that's kind of the curious part that I'm just like, oh well.
well, send me some. I'll do.
Yeah, for
I'm not
sure,
an
man.
inker, but I'm not afraid to ink something.
Yeah, maybe we could collaborate on something.
That'd be cool.
And then maybe I could do that as a, we could make it a poster or something, or something like that. Some kind of product that I can sell,
Yeah,
like prints or something.
I'd probably look for a colorist, but that's like criminally, very rare in CG. They say
Yeah.
just because of the
I
time
can do that,
thing.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you know how it is. Like Odin, you've seen me on the stream. Like I can spend the whole time just rendering this thing, and then I realize like, oh shit, I gotta color this.
Right.
There goes all that time.
A whole other element. Yeah.
I know. I'll be going to work. I'll be like, man, he's still streaming. He got on at like 7 o'clock, man. It's 11:30. I'm driving to work.
Right.
He's still on, man.
It's like, but it's got to be colored.
Yeah.
People love color, of course, but
Yeah. Plus, you got a good one.
so we're working. The plan is to work with the same colorist who did Bastards. So
Those
Yeah, he's
colors
good.
look
I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, those colors look good.
yeah,
And James's lettering is on point, dude. James's lettering is really good.
yeah.
I like
So
it.
he's going to be lettering. I can't remember the dude's name offhand, but it's looking like he's probably good for that same reason. You got a good one. He's available. Let's utilize that.
Yeah.
So yeah. He's working on one of the cover images, or that's what I told James. Let's start there. Like I just want to see how he interprets it. But
Yeah.
doing. So the one I've drawn two covers. One's going to be the black and white cover, and one's going to be the color cover. So they're actually going to be their own covers for the different ones. So.
Oh, that's cool.
Which I think Fiendish did too.
She did. That's why I kind of went with the black and white.
Yeah, that black and white cover was so badass.
And it's matte, but Fiendish is gloss.
gloss. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like highlighted, but hard to tell unless
Yeah. The only thing I wish is
Looks
that
so
if
cool.
maybe she could do a collection, and I would love to see that cover on a hardcover book.
Yeah. Yeah,
If
that
it
cover
was
would
hard-
be a great hardcover.
Oh man, it would look like some kind of crazy ass book you got on your shelf. You pull that
The
sucker off, you're like,
Necronomicon
look at
or
that.
something.
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
this. That's all right, kids. Let's learn some spells and shit.
Yeah. No, and that's another thing, like thinking about a hardcover edition. Everything's just so cost that's just always the balance. So
Yeah.
and especially with the first book, it's like if you want to add all these crazy things and try to make it like super exciting and like all these elements, but is that the way to go on the first one, or is that after you've got a little excitement under it?
Yeah, I think as a collection or on omnibus or something,
Right.
I feel like that's the safe bet. You do your first issue, you get some buzz, and then maybe you do a volume 1 of 3 or 4 issues, and you do that sucker hardcover, and then you have people who already own the floppies will be like, I need that hardcover of those first 5
Yeah.
issues. Let me get on that.
Well, this will never be a true floppy because it's size. It's gonna be a perfect bound.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
gonna be 90 pages.
But if you did like, let's say knock on wood, it does well, and you end up doing like 3 or 4 books, then you can be Unconditional Shove Volume 1. And
Right.
you're talking about, you could put 5 of those perfect bounds together in a hard, you know what I mean? And people who
Yeah,
bought
at
the
that
perfect
point,
bound would be
you gotta
like,
go
well,
hard
shit, I
cover.
gotta have that one, man.
Yeah, that would be a good problem to have, and I would love to do that. That would be the
Yeah.
best.
It's a great plan.
Hopefully, get there one step at a time.
You can even give your Crypt Keeper guy a cool book.
Yeah,
And then when you do your omnibuses, you make them look like the book, like that book, and that your Crypt Keeper character,
that he carries around.
yeah,
That's a good call. I like that.
like how they do Evil Dead, and they all make all the DVD cases look like the
Yeah, everything
Necronomicon
looks
and
like
shit,
the Necronomicon now. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
your
Like
omnibuses
build
look
it into the lore.
yeah.
And then when you sell that one, it's like you're getting his book.
Are you gonna have a presenter for your book, Odin? Like a Crypt Keeper type guy?
Yeah. So that was the. Actually, I could show you real quick because I do have the image. You've probably seen it actually.
Oh.
That guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's the presenter. He's
Oh.
Vidon the Beholder.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
So he's
name.
kind of like the Watcher characters from Marvel and stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like he just sees things in all dimensions and all realities. So he sees all these crazy stories and he's sharing them with everybody.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's his whole thing. He's like, you're gonna come with me on this crazy journey. I'm gonna tell you a tale that, it's an alternate universe, a reality that exists somewhere in the,
Awesome. That's really
Bite,
cool.
Bite on the Beholder, infinite,
I like that.
infinite vision upon his shoulders. So I have a little poem I wrote for him and shit. I'm not gonna say it all, but
It's cool that even your presenter's like a freaking badass too. So that's cool.
yeah. So there's an image of Billy Zane in Tales from the Crypt, the movie, where he's doing this kind of like hands out pose, and he kind of had this look on his face, and I went, that's who I'm gonna base this off of. So he's based off an image from Tales from the Crypt, the movie with Billy Zane, who was a badass in that movie. So yeah, I would never make him a skinny dude or something. And I'm obviously not gonna rip off like the Crypt Keeper, and then there was Creepshow had the Creep, and all these old things. They had all these characters, but they're always kind of like old and decrepit. And I'm like, I kind of wanted this badass who just exists in the universe, just seeing things all the time.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Just a visionary. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yep. And this will be I'm planning on this one being the cover for the color version. So it's gonna be like an old EC comic where it's got like the Comics Authority up here and everything and all the costs, and then try to get like some kind of like weathered look to it so it looks like some old ass comic, you know.
Yeah.
You don't always have a big block at the top of the page that said Tales from the Crypt, kind of similar font. So yeah, that was the idea. So the color version would be that cover, and then real quick, I'll show you the black and white will be this one. So there he is up close. Yeah,
It's awesome.
Yeah, that one came out really good.
So yeah, get the black and white one. More than likely, this will be the cover, and we get the color one. We get this cover. So yeah,
Cool.
yeah. No, I'm getting excited, man. I'm getting excited.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
Tark 9, what's up, man?
Tarks 9,
That's
yeah,
cool.
good to see you, man. Cheers, Tarks 9. He's always
Welcome
cheersing.
to the
He's
show.
always drinking. I'll cheers my
That's
pub
good.
beer with you.
Getting that drink on.
Yeah, sorry if you guys forgot about the end because I tweeted out the show, so hopefully people can come. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine, man. I was like 1:30, I'll call it, and then Robo showed up. I was like, man, we're going. Robo's here. We gotta go longer, man.
That's the thing. We were all getting tired. We're like, Robo, you woke us all up.
I'm off tomorrow, so it's fucking cool, man. I'm
Oh,
like,
you
whatever,
lucky.
man.
I have a huge day tomorrow, man.
Well, my weekend's gonna suck because normally I split my our shifts on Saturday into 2 5-hour shifts, but nobody else can work Saturday. When you own a store, guess who has to work when nobody else
Oh,
can?
yeah.
So
Oh,
I'm working Saturday and I'm working Sunday.
Well, I'm not gonna feel so bad about you having tomorrow off then.
So tomorrow's my only day off.
Thank you,
This
Tarks
week.
9. He says he's back, definitely backing both covers.
Hell
which-
yeah, dude, that's gonna be awesome.
yeah, I've appreciated his enthusiasm the whole time.
Yeah, Tark
Well, and
9.
he's a somebody who backs, man. He
Yeah.
takes care and buys books, and that's what's awesome. Like people who do that, tons of respect. So.
Yeah, man. I told him too, man. Tark, you shoot me a DM, man. I'll send you some artwork like I promised.
Yeah. Someday I'm gonna be working on something for him too. Once he tells me what it is, I think he's being real nice and just being like, "No, work on your book," you know. But it's like, dude, if you want something, you let me know.
tell me.
All right, I'm gonna step away for just a second.
So is this a new project, Robo, or is that the first one that you were working with the
Furniture Man?
I'm trying to think which one. The last one that I saw was with that the camouflage army lady.
Yes, that's her. That's her.
Okay, cool.
Embroiled in a battle.
Nice. And that was gonna piggyback off somebody else's book, right? Was the
Yeah.
idea? Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a
Dinosaur
great
Man.
idea. Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
asked him, it's like, oh, can I show it off on stream? I won't spoil anything. And he was like, yeah, go for it. I'm like, oh, I was ready to have a conversation, but I guess, it was just my anxiety.
Yeah, right. You're like,
I hope he says yes. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Just ask her to the prom already, Robo.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes I look back at stuff like that when I was like in, now, and things like that when I was in high school. I was just like, man, you should just fucking did it, man. It's like so many things you think are the end of the world and shit, when you're young and you're just like, whatever, dude.
You look back and you're like, well, that happened again. Like, what is it? Like sometimes, like even like when I'm doing like other things, like even like taking a shower, and then you remember like a really embarrassing memory.
Yeah.
It's like like oh,
fuck.
Yeah. Oh man, oh, it's terrible.
It'll hit you out of nowhere, man. You be brushing your teeth and shit in the morning, and then you're just like, oh fuck, and then you're just there standing there in front of the water's running, and you have your toothbrush in your hand, you're just fucking thinking about it. You're like, My wife would be like, what are you doing? Are you okay? I'm just, oh, never mind. No, just thinking about stuff. Yeah.
Remembering something terrible.
Yes.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it sounds funny.
It's kind of stupid at the same time. When you'll be doing something, you think of something that you did, you made some kind of mistake that you made.
Yeah, something really embarrassing.
Yeah,
like, like you're making coffee and then suddenly you remember like that the conversation you had that's really awkward. It's like, oh man, I hope that guy doesn't remember me. It's weird. Like I wouldn't want to relive like school just because of all that. Like if I had to like relive all the things in like high school, I'm like, hell no.
Yeah. All those awkward moments. You're like, damn, I'm so much cooler now.
Yeah.
They don't even know.
That's like a recurring nightmare for me. Like, like a mail would come in and like I have to read it, and then it would say you have to redo your entire high school. And I was like, no.
You ever have the dream?
The Twilight Zone.
Where you go to school and it's high school, and either A, you don't have your schedule, or you don't know what your class schedule is, and B, you don't know what your locker combination is.
Never had that.
You don't know what the hell. You don't know what the hell you're. No.
I would have those. I have those today, man.
That's crazy.
I'll be like, shit, I gotta go to class. I'm like, fuck, what's my class? I gotta go to the front office. Where's the front office at?
Ask Freud, what's that about? Freud,
Yeah.
what does that mean?
Or it's like,
high school sucks.
I got my combination. I don't know what locker I got. Like,
Yeah.
those are the nightmares. Those are the nightmares I have.
The last school nightmare I had was like, all right, I gotta get to class, and I'm like, I just got into school, and then a freaking tiger appears out of nowhere. Oh shit!
That sounds more like my style. Yeah. I had a doozy like before I came on stream, man. It was one of those days I got home from work and I'd just been burning the candle at both ends a little too much, I think, and I was like, okay, I gotta take a nap. And it was one of those where you just teleport into another time period because you nap so hard. Yeah, I woke up and man, the dream was fucking nuts. I don't remember all the elements, but it had a thing, like the movie The Thing kind of element. Like, we didn't know who was who. I was like in a car full of a vehicle full of people like coming down the mountains back into town. Yeah. And we're like, okay, we just got to get to town and we'll feel like a little more safe, but we don't know who's who and what's going on. It could be the dog that was in the car, you know. And it was craziness. And it ended with me jumping off a balcony to try to get away from the thing because it was like turning into like this crazy tentacle beast. And then then I woke up. Because they say when you like when you die in a dream, you die in real life. I'm like, no, that's not true.
No.
Well, it's not like I don't know what happened after I hit the ground. I woke up at that point. But
The craziest, like, oh, sorry, you first.
I was gonna say, I used to have dreams where I would like either sometimes I would remember it's a dream, or like in the middle of the dream I'd be like, oh, well, I could just like wake up, and then I would just fucking wake myself up and be like, huh, shit, that happened.
glad I remembered that trick.
And I'm like, I gotta remember this, and that's the thing. Like, I should have wrote stuff down, because I feel like I had some crazy ass dreams that probably were like great, like comic stories and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and I just never wrote them down. I was like, I gotta remember this one, and it's just like, but I remember like being like, well, just wake up, and I would like will myself to wake up.
Right. It's like,
Freaking crazy.
I've had that too, where you're like, this is too intense, but remember, it's not actually real. You can wake up and you go, oh fuck yeah.
And you wake up. Oh,
Glad I hit the emergency button. Yeah, and then you wake up and go, that was actually kind of fun. That's my thing. Everybody always talks about nightmares, but I actually enjoy them. Like, yeah, I wake up in a panic and I'm like, oh, that was intense. But then, like, a few seconds later, I'm like, damn, that was a lot of fun. It was like a comic, like you said.
that sucks. Like sometimes when things get good in your dream, like, oh hell yeah, I'm about to fly, and then you wake up. Oh man, like you miss out on all the dream superpowers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or hooking up with some really hot broad.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
You're
right
like,
when you're
shit.
about
Good morning, honey.
to. No, it's fine.
Or is it like I've had a dream where I did die, but the cool thing was like I got shot in the dream, and then the next moment was I'm the guy who was holding the gun. So it's like boom, and they're like boom. I was like I'm not already like I'm the person holding the gun. So like I transferred to
Whoa.
that other character. I'm like,
That's
and then,
powerful.
I'm like,
It is
bad. I
weird
would've-
how dreams can do that. You can transfer
Yeah.
between the characters in your own dream.
Like, all of a sudden you're like outside looking in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sometimes it's like you're just watching it like a movie. Yeah, dreams are, and to this day, scientists can't really they don't understand dreams. It's one of those phenomenons. As much as we've gotten advanced and we've understand how the neurological impulses and synaptic nerves and everything, how it works, still don't understand dreams. We don't know why we do it or what's actually going on. It's a phenomenon. I don't want them to figure it out.
Yeah.
I like the mystery of it. It's what makes.
Well,
dreams
there are some people, like for example, like Natalie Portman. I don't know what the hell she knows though, but she was like, and then she touts her like psychology degree, and she says, "Well, dreams don't really mean anything; just nonsense." And I'm like, I've had dreams where it's like profoundly meaningful to me, so I don't know what the heck.
Sure.
It's like, man, it's just different, I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe hers weren't. You know, like, you just haven't had the right dreams then, honey. Yeah, I've had some
Always a
pretty
bummer.
profound ones that I'm like, that seemed like divine. You know, that was like
Yeah.
as much of a message or what I needed to hear or what, you know, like, and
Yeah.
even if it is just in your own subconscious, well, that's
Yeah.
still amazing that it drew it out, you know, for inspiration.
Like if it's still meaningful, you know, you can still use it, regardless of where it came from.
Yeah.
But I've had, this is the same thing I'm sure everyone has, had dreams about, there's plenty of times there's people in the dreams that don't resemble anybody that I remember ever meeting in my life, you know?
Yeah.
And you're like, where did
Sure,
they
man.
come from? I never met that person. I would remember.
Yeah. Or like a place like you've never been to.
Yeah.
Or when you get like deja vu and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, deja vu is crazy as hell.
Yeah, you were like, oh, fuck, have I been here before?
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't have it as much as like I've been there before, but it's usually like a conversation. Like we could be talking like we are now, and I'm like, didn't we already do this? No, we've
Oh,
already
man.
talked about this, and this is the exact same.
Yeah, or it's like or having a conversation that you haven't had yet.
Yeah.
That's why I get that a lot, or not a lot, but I think it's like something like I'm like, oh, I feel like we've had this conversation.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say something because I know something else is gonna happen because I know you're gonna do something.
Right.
And so that's why I said, listen, we're just gonna go get sandwiches because if we try to go sit down and eat, it's gonna be too crowded. So that's why. So off the bat, it's kind of like I'm trying to think of like, but off the bat, I'll be like, hey, let's not go here. Let's go here instead.
You're gonna change it up.
Because in the 4D chess in my brain, I already know that this is gonna happen. It's not going to work, and fucking, But then I'm just like, no, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
You can't fight.
And everything works out, so I don't make it any worse.
What's funny is when you have deja vu, and then you start telling people you're having deja vu, but you're like, that was part of it. I knew I was gonna.
Yeah.
I knew I was gonna say that we're having deja vu right now because I said that last time.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, James?
Oh shit!
I know. Let me know if you want to hop
the
in.
homos
Man.
are just hanging out, man. All the
Shoot you,
all the cocks are hanging out.
Link. I don't know if we're ever gonna go to sleep.
Like I said, I
says,
have a big day tomorrow. I gotta sleep.
You gotta leave, okay?
But I did have that nap, so I'm like feeling like good. Like
maybe we won't invite James on because then we'll never get off then.
We'll never get on. Don't say that.
Oh, I know it came out already, and I was like, oh.
It came out.
Have you ever had a dream that ended with terrible timing? The ones that made you say, "Hell no, I'm gonna go back to sleep."
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had this,
yeah, those suck. I mean, that's just the worst feeling ever. Like ruins your whole day.
Things are about to get good.
James says, Odin, I give you permission to show a James cover. And he says that we'll get off. We'll get off. Just grabbing those easy jokes. Just picking them from the joke tree.
Yeah, well,
I was going to say low-hanging fruit, but it's not any fucking better.
I think cranberry is low-hanging fruit. Because he always does the dad jokes. With the cranberry lean in, as I call it.
The cranberry lean.
Yeah, he's the one you pick to the strip club, and he goes, "Are you twerking hard, or are you hardly twerking? Cranberry.
Do you want to dance or not, sir?
Yeah, it's just like it's been a long day. Just.
As I'm working low here, you can't even see it. What the hell I'm doing?
So tomorrow night, 80s and I are going to be on Lord Crackhead Jeremy's channel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so if you guys want to tune in for that at 9 Eastern.
Oh, cool. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, and then later that night, James and I are supposed to be on the high stream with fucking Belmont.
Oh, wow.
Way later. Like 1 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. But that'll be fun.
Sleepless nights.
Starting to make the rounds here, man.
That's cool.
That's good. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, sir.
Right now, the sign-ups are available, right? So
Yeah.
No date yet for the campaign, or is there?
Well, we're tentatively looking at Halloween, or around Halloween, because a horror comic makes sense,
Yeah.
And that'll be fun. That would be like my dream Halloween, like launching the book on the day. So that would be awesome.
That's awesome. Good timing.
Broken up stream without James. He really wants in.
Let's shoot him. We'll shoot him.
Shoot him.
We'll shoot him.
Bastards.
I'm not gonna shoot him a link. We're just gonna fucking shoot him.
Well, speaking of that, because he was talking about it, I'll show this one. That was the one I drew on stream the other night. The Skip Edwards won, but he never got back to me on where to send it. So it's just.
Let me make that full screen real quick. Let's do.
Oh yeah.
Solo. Let's make that big.
Hell yeah. Everyone loves a bastard.
Everyone loves
Nice.
a bastard.
Magnificent bastards. That's dope.
Yep, I do that one on stream, and I kind of cleaned it up a little bit. But this one, I think, since Skip Edwards never got back to me, is going to go to maybe someone else, or just send it to James and be like, Merry Christmas, you do whatever you want with it.
Oh, he never got back to you? So
No. Well, it's funny
They-
because I said
Hey,
it
on
on
Twitter?
the stream. I'm like, Skip, like, get a hold of me, man. I'll send it out. And then I tweeted out, and I was like, Skip, hit me up in the DMs, and I'll send this out. And he liked the tweet, but
Oh,
never got back to me. So, and it could be like just different of styles or something. He didn't like it. I don't know. Like, whatever. We'll do something else with it.
it's free, right? Or he won it, right?
Yeah, he won it. It was free. Like, I'm gonna cover the shipping costs and shit. Just get it to him. I'm like, whatever.
Every human is different.
Yeah, it's no sweat off my sack.
James, what's up, my brother? What's going on, man?
What's up, homos? How are you?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Herkimer, I hardly knew her.
Herkimer, I hardly knew her. I've been sitting here silently working at some stuff in the background and watching you guys draw, and it's been a good time.
Awesome,
Nice.
man.
Yeah, I've been having a good time too.
The
Glad you joined.
talent behind Broken Compass Comics right here, like affiliate artists
go.
that are known. I mean, Robo's already on the website, so like, I mean, that's not a secret. JBot's kind of like in the hidden sections of the website.
In the bullpen.
You need to like find like that hidden like little
I'm
section.
in the gutters.
He's in the gutters, so.
In the in between.
But yeah, no, it was great watching the Broken Compass Comics family fucking draw their tits off. I was sitting here silently watching for a bit. Is that a page from Shove?
It is, man. This is the second to last page of Monsters Exist. Kind of a big reveal, but like I was telling these guys, I'm like, if you could put the pieces together and figure out what the hell's going on, you're already my biggest fan, and more power to you. So,
And I was showing Odin the flats like for Shove, because you gotta flat the blacks.
flat the
Yeah,
This sounds
as it-
racist.
as
Flatten them
goes.
out.
Sounds racist, but you gotta flat the blacks on comics.
That's
But
called
what I was-
gentrification.
It is. You gotta gentrify your colors. But what I was thinking was that like the typical flatted blacks version of the book will and Odin, I want to run this past you on stream because and leave it up to the chat to say what they what they think of it. Well, my idea is that the black and white version will be just the bare bones scans. All of your line work, all of those smudges in
Right.
the inks, everything, and the
Right, you
colored
see where it's
version.
Not as
Yeah, you
totally
see the
black.
dirtiness, everything, and then the color version will be where all the blacks are flatted and everything is like clean.
done that way. Yeah. Well, it's kind of
Yeah.
better for the color version. Got to do it, but yeah, I think that's cool as shit. But yeah, we'll
Yeah,
see what
because because like at the end of the day, in my opinion, it would be very much really showing off two versions of comic book styles, comic book creation, but as well giving everybody the opportunity to buy that version of the book that is like this is Odin's inks
raw.
as raw, like as
This is
they
Odin's
appear.
raw cock.
Yeah, this is his raw cock. He's been working on this so hard that his cock is raw.
It's just raw. Well, you know, there's those artist editions that people buy, and that's basically what it is. You see their whiteout, you see
that is
they're blacking in areas. It's not a full on like perfect black, you know. Yeah, I and everyone digs those, you know, because it looks.
That's what I'm thinking we do for the two versions, man. I think it'd be beautiful, even if the Bristol cutoff points are still on the page.
Yeah, no, I mean everyone knows that I'm doing this on a Strathmore comic style.
I have, by the way, remind me.
So,
I have two sleeves of those fuckers. I think like 80 pages worth of Strathmore that I can send off to you because I have no use for them.
Oh yeah, well that'd be great. I just put in an order for new ones, so I'm getting like 2 full reams or whatever.
Yeah, so when you run out, let me know. Or JBot, you can let me know. Robo, you're in another country, so I do it.
Sending you paper.
Yeah, mine. I'm probably gonna order.
We're all in another country, James.
For some reason, I don't know what the hell happened. I think I had my paper on my desk, and I think my cat knocked my coffee over.
Oh damn!
Shit.
So that's coffee.
Once I hope so. But all my shit's getting wavy now. The deeper I go in it, the more wavy it's starting to get. So I'm like, oh shit.
I love how you phrase it. That's coffee.
JBot, your book is or your strip is starting to. It's looking fucking great.
Thanks, man.
I love watching the progress on it. Especially due to the fact that you came back to the craft after such a hiatus. It's just awesome to watch, man.
Thanks, man. Thanks, I appreciate it. You know,
and that bastard's interior you did is just off the chain.
I got a scanner now, so I'm gonna scan it.
Did you send it to me yet? Because if you did, you sent it to the wrong email after I sent you 25 emails.
No, not yet. We went and bought I bought a scanner that can print up to 13 by 17.
Oh,
a scanner printer today. Yeah. So I got my day off tomorrow. We're gonna set it up. So I'm stoked.
What kind of printer is that? I'm trying to look for one too.
It's a Epson.
Yeah.
Here, I actually sent a picture to Drew because he was wondering what it is. It's an Epson Workforce.
And Robo's got to get on my ass because I promised him a script. I think at the end of this week. Was it this week?
It was on you said Friday, but
yeah, I'll get it to you. Odin's on that book too,
right?
Oh,
that's exciting news. Yeah, so Odin's in on the anthology. He's doing Krull.
Oh. I think I got that here. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the one with all the domain? The public
domain. Yeah.
Okay.
So Odin's doing this. Yeah, Odin. Oh, JBot, are you on that?
Yeah. EB messaged me and wanted me to do the art for Captain Battle. I don't know if I can talk about it now, but
we're already talking
about it. But
yeah, we're all talking about it. So I already started working on.
Look at this beast. Okay, so this is officially a Broken Compass Comics book, but they just don't know it. Right, is what's going on. No, it's like all the BCC talent is fucking. It's a takeover. Hostile takeover. Look at this beautiful fucking art.
That's awesome.
That is just incredible. So Robo and Robo's doing the art for my story, and I'm so fucking. It's the Call of Cthulhu. So it's a Winnie the Pooh Cthulhu mashup.
Oh, dude.
Right.
In 6 pages, and the way that I've described it, because in the back channels they're like, "How is this gonna work?" And I explained it to them. I'm like, "This is the opening 6 pages of a graphic novel that doesn't exist and will never exist.
Right.
It isn't. This is the introduction to a big story where you're gonna end reading this going like, where's the next page? And that's what it is. So Yeah, I'm really excited to be working with Robo finally, and one of my favorite fucking people in CG by far. I mean, outside of you fucks, but like Robo's just the shit
Well,
that
he-
the shit,
one
shit
of
that
us-
Robo's pumping out lately is just fucking
Oh, yeah.
boggling my mind. It's making my cock hard.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
That's the intention, my man. It's the intention. If it ain't hard, then what's the point of showing it?
Yeah, it ain't hard.
Well,
what you
that's
gonna do with it?
Yeah.
So
I shot-
I'm also putting an SOS out. Well, not an SOS is the wrong word, but like a call to arms to extend the library of artists that work with Broken Compass.
Hmm.
You guys love what JBot what JBot does, what Robo does. Shoot me a line, because we'll throw you on the roster. And there's a lot of properties coming up that are going to need work. I mean, of course, they're going to go to the preferential artists, which is JBot, and Robo, and Odin, and Samir, and Rob, and all these fucking great dudes that we're associated with. But I am probably going to start opening myself up to doing some covers.
Yes, well, that's another thing is saw some
Odin-
James artwork.
Odin's seen it. What do you?
I've seen
What
it.
did you think? You didn't say anything. You put the. I sent it to you, and you're like fire. You put the fire symbol.
Burn it. Oh,
Yeah, guys,
Burn
burn it. burn it with fire.
Yeah, I didn't know if that meant burn it or like that's fantastic. I wasn't sure.
I meant that was fantastic. So yeah, especially the second one, of course. But yeah, I was impressed.
I don't know. I
I
don't know
didn't
what
know you
monkeys
had
look
it in
like.
you. Actually, you know, I'm like, why are you hiring artists?
Well, no, I can't do sequential.
Oh.
I can't do sequential. But like, if I really like,
Loser
and
talk, you can't.
well, no, yeah, well, no, I can't. I can't do it.
You're
I've
busy.
tried. Well, you know, if all you fine fellows will come together and teach James how to draw again, then you know, like,
Then we'd be superfluous, and you just kick us to the
and
curb.
then I just feel like you're all fuck all y'all, just drawing all of the books now.
Thanks.
But like, seeing as we're talking about it, I'll show it. Should I show it, Odin?
Oh, I would be more than happy to see it again. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see it. Whip it out. I mean, what?
Whip out the fuck?
Say
All
what?
right, I need what I need for this though is I need Robo's attention. I need J-Bot's attention. I want you guys to look at this cover. This is for Magnificent Bastards issue 2. The main cover is being done by Robo, and we announced that a while ago. And I'm super fucking stoked. Like, Robo is my favorite artist in CG, by far. Sorry, guys, I apologize, but like,
No.
just the more and more that
Blame you for that.
you push out is, and just the personality. Like, Robo, I love you so much. And JBot, everything that you're fucking building is incredible. Odin, we're already working together, so you can go fuck yourself. But like,
You done fluffed me up already, and
I already fluffed you up. But I want the opinion on this. So the main cover for Bastards 2 is going to be Robo's cover, but there's going to be the variant cover by me, Mr. James, and this is it. This is the cover. I want you guys to take a look. And
there you go. That fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Can you zoom it in? Hell yeah. That's cool. Nice color.
I'll make that solo. Let's make it just do a solo on that. Oh no, I guess full screen.
I like his expression.
Yeah.
well, it's this is Montgomery,
Mm.
a variant of Monty. It's the monkey variant of Monty. Once you get into the story, you'll understand that. But like, it's him just smiling at shooting a bazooka and blowing some shit up,
Mm-hmm.
Naturally.
Man, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
as you
Yeah,
would.
This is the colors, or are you like?
Yeah, this is gonna be the. It's like the white and red.
I
Is,
love
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it works.
Yeah, I don't want you to add anything else unless
Yeah.
you. Only thing, if you added anything, would be just the background color to complement it. But even the white looks amazing on the background.
Well, like the first issue is kind of the yellow and red, which is the Broken
Right.
Compass Comics like kind of insignia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wanted to incorporate that on that, but you know, moving forward, it's kind of like, you know, let's go balls to the walls. And Odin's been reading some script stuff for 2, which has been fun getting
Heck yeah.
Odin's opinion.
There you
But
go.
like
Target
even
9 loves it.
even the Broken Compass Comics logo in the corner here is in the red, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Brain Scan, the movie?
And look, there's a little JR over here. A little
See.
signature.
Junior. I mean,
Yeah, Junior.
Junior.
Yeah, so this will be the James Rock variant cover for Magnificent Bastards #2.
Which is gonna sell well, man, because that looks awesome.
Yeah.
And I think as long as we stick to everything that's going on within the company, Bastards 2 campaign is launching in February.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
And
that trade is rolling for a long time. It sounds like.
well, we'll be fulfilling. I'm hoping everybody will have their books in hand in October.
Yeah.
Like 100% fulfillment, and we're gonna shut that fucker down because we gotta make room for Odin.
Transition.
I don't wanna be overlapping the campaigns and having
Yeah.
you know, people have to choose which book they're gonna do,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
we
I
need
mean,
to make
imagine,
space for Odin. Odin's meaty girth.
And my big cock. Yeah.
His huge cock that's coming up. And let me tell you, I've seen about 50% of the cock, and it's fucking glorious.
Yeah, there's way more that you haven't seen.
Well,
So, yeah,
I mean,
if you're
I
impressed with
keep
that-
asking, but you won't fucking show me
Oh,
the
yeah,
rest
no.
of the cock.
No, I'm all over it tomorrow, man. Get you those files, but yeah,
Tomorrow, Odin will be all over the cock.
I'll be
Yeah.
I'll be showing James the full,
The rest of the 50%.
well, almost the full cock. Actually, there's still way more that
Still more? Oh.
Yeah, 'cause I have a whole other story I got to write and draw.
Yeah.
Well, it's conceptually written, but actually,
And Odin's running out of time too, so I hope it's great.
it'll be great.
Because Odin's gonna be drawn till his fucking hands are to the nub. It's gonna
Pretty
be
much.
fantastic. So, Robo, what are you working on?
Just for another book in collaboration with Mr. Eric Hodson of Dinosaur Man fame.
Hudson,
Eric, yeah.
This is a collab book with my character and his character.
How many pages is it gonna be?
Total, maybe around 30 plus, because we're splitting the book in half. I'm doing 15. He's done 15 pages, so around 30, a little bit more. Very excited.
No, that's fucking awesome. Congratulations. Like, and anything you guys need promotional wise from us, you know you got it. I'll put it on the fucking website, even though it's not BCC. Fucking anything you guys need, you fucking let me know.
Yeah, you got it.
Thanks.
That's what it's all about. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the same with JBot. Like, I know BCC is like a mature reader, you know, and we all know that by now. We're very mature and mature. But like, you know, any help I can give to any of you guys, printing wise, setting up shipping inside of
DLC?
Canada, you know, like all that shit. I got
Some
you.
tender loving care.
I got you guys.
That's what I need. I mean, just.
Oh baby.
Oh.
Can you tell me more about your cock before I commit?
You found out later, privately. Just.
Private chat. Our private chat. And Robo, remind me later. I found out about what you asked offline. So
How did I ask?
you had asked me a question and a query about.
Oh yeah.
So I do have the answer to that question. So you just gotta remind me because I will fucking forget. I'm stretched very thin right now. I mean, like,
Gosh, that
dude,
sounds hilarious.
the speed at which this cock is growing
That's true.
is like kind of astounding, right?
It's
Like,
shooting the underwear across the room is what's happening.
It's not even subjective anymore. It's overt.
It's over. Yeah, it's literal.
well, BCC is like fucking like is becoming the BBC.
BBC.
Like,
The BBC of CG.
I'm getting messages of people wanting to release their books under it. It's under this cock, and it's.
Exciting.
I'm like, it's exciting, and you know, it's gonna grow really. This cock is gonna grow really fast and really hard, and it's it's just one of those.
Penetrate the industry and like. ways.
That's my favorite line. That's a James line, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's
I'm
still-
very happy to have. No, like, I mean, pretty sure everybody's stealing it now. Is like
Well, yeah,
penetrating
that's-
the industry. Those weirdos, eh? That couldn't understand a joke.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Like,
What the fuck was up with that?
What is
Yeah,
that? What are you guys talking about?
Oh well, once
everybody was anti trying to like dunk on us by making fun of the cock
Yeah.
when
Oh.
we were doing it the whole
Like
time.
we didn't know.
Like that was the
Yeah.
whole point.
Yeah.
my
That's pretty
God.
funny. I also sent you a picture of my printer, Robo, if you want to know what model it is and stuff.
Of your printer, I asked you to send a different picture.
Oh,
No, I've been looking. Does it print up to
Yo.
A3?
it prints 13 by 17 is the max.
Let me see. I need the big paper.
So that would be over. I mean, that's larger than comic paper. It's a flatbed scanner.
Oh yeah, perfect. It has a scanner too.
Yeah, that one's a dual one. So, because I was like, how am I gonna get James this fucking art, and I did for him.
Oh, don't tell me you fucking. I went and bought a. So I went and bought a fucking scanner.
Well, no, because I mean, honestly though, it's like when I start doing the Hammerlock strip, I'm gonna do the letters digitally, so I have to scan everything anyway.
I'm not gonna lie. I got completely distracted and forgot what I was doing.
Well, I'm pretty close to wrapping it up because I do have a big day tomorrow. Exciting news because I'm actually negotiating for a promotion tomorrow. So,
Oh, get it, Odin.
Oh, shit.
yeah. Well, hopefully it doesn't require like too much more time work-wise because I like enjoy watching streams and like fucking around with the community while I'm at work.
Odin's gonna become the CEO. Meanwhile, he's the VP of sales for BCC.
The VP
So this is gonna be a conflict of interest.
I'm the VIP of sales, actually.
VIP of sales. Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, the important part is the important part.
Odin, before you go, what I was gonna,
Yeah.
what I remembered what I was gonna do. I was gonna show off art that isn't mine, seeing as we're on an art stream here.
Sure.
So I'm gonna give you guys these beautiful sequentials that you will soon have in your hands. These are the black and whites, but
Dude,
These
Tark
is a-
9, you're so awesome.
some more sequentials from Magnificent Bastards.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh,
Great work there, man.
Like, just
nice.
just fucking beautiful.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
that is
Yeah.
a great page, man. I love that.
I just love the
Great
inputs of like
storytelling.
of the eyes, like, and he drew it exactly as I wrote it, which was interesting. There was one more small eye panel here, and he's like, we got to remove that because like that leg's coming up, and I need that
Oh, yeah.
space. And I was like, yeah, that's fine, because I think the two give it away where he's kind of looking, and he's like, oh shit, it's me, you know, like. But
Weird
there's
sauce, man.
this next page. So these pages go together. So we have this one, and then this next one is one of my, outside of you guys already know my favorites are the bastards pages,
Right.
where you meet the bastards,
Scene.
and yeah, everything's on fire and everything's fucked. But this page is just insane.
Oh,
Dang.
nice.
Yeah, he's got so much energy in it, and
Yeah.
his character faces are amazing.
I even like how the walrus plushie here
Little Roy Walrus toy.
it changes from being a plushie to like dancing happily in blood. Like it's yeah, and like the gigantic eye here, you know, like there's.
Yeah.
I say often Samir reminds me of like the early Image comic style, you know, like that early like when
Sam Keith or something.
yeah, like when it was like that really like playful
Yeah.
shit, you know, like, and I think he's kind of because I said that to him time ago when we started working together, and I think he's kind of like leaning into it more and more. Which
Yeah,
is,
no, and the more he does, the better it gets. Like,
yeah,
this
which
is awesome.
it's so fucking cool to see this shit. What else we got?
Energy.
Oh, we've seen that, and you know what? Like, let's just point out, like, let's call out Rob Cronenberg's. You've all seen this page lettered and colored.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like before it's colored.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, like, so the amount of work that Rob puts in, because you've all seen this colored, man, it's not the same thing
Mm-mm.
at all.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
it's a great team he got, man.
Well, I
Right.
mean, I have a great team, but like I got a greater team that's brewing right now. Right? Right, guys?
I'm like, what do you
Right?
get? Oh yeah, that's a
Right,
compliment.
right.
Who?
Well, you know, a lot of times I'll look at other artists. I'm like, man, I wish I could incorporate that, and but it's like, you know, I have my own style and everything. But like,
Actually, we
like
haven't.
Samir's artwork, I love what he's doing, man.
It's wild, man. Like
Yeah.
that one page where he's knocked down in the ring.
Yeah. Well,
And
that
it
whole
just-
fight scene, get kicked across the head, like everything, the frenetic feel of it. I was like, man, he really captured.
Yeah,
the
this book
excitement
is
of, like a fight.
And I think the more that people are beginning to see, people are seeing more Bastards now, and they're like, "Oh, this book is fucking insane." Like
Yeah.
Bancroft said it the best when I was hanging with him on his show, was like, "This book looks nuts, and I'm pretty sure you're pretty insane yourself, James." And I was like, "Yes."
Thank you.
That's about right.
But
just-
but Odin, we haven't talked about that actually when it comes to Rob. Rob
yeah.
Cronenberg's the colorist. He's going to be coloring the colored version of Unconditional Shove.
Yeah. And I was explaining to these guys a little bit about that. Yeah.
So, well, I
Yeah.
wasn't.
I forgot his
wasn't here.
name. So Rob Cronenberg.
Rob Cronenberg's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the colorist for Bastards will be coloring Shove. So those beautiful colors that you guys see there, that's going to be
Could be
That's
all
gonna-
over Unconditional.
all over that cock.
Yeah.
There's
He's
going to
just
be
gonna
so many
lather
colors.
it up with color.
It's you might call it a cornucopia of colored shove.
Colored shove.
I timed that perfectly. The music stopped right when I.
So, dang it, I lost my train of thought. Fuck. Which means I probably should go to bed. Tarks 9 is throwing out like some awesome superlatives, you know,
Yeah.
building us up, being as awesome like he always is.
Mhm.
That comment made me
Tarks is
smile.
fucking awesome, man.
Made me
Like,
smile bigger than you could imagine. Yeah, great dude. And I hope the new puppy is super awesome, by the way, man.
Yeah.
Oh, what breed?
I don't know. It
I
looked
think that's it right there. I think.
shepherd.
new-
No, that's his
Oh.
his old dog.
Oh.
Yeah, he's very fond. And I mean, we're following the story, and it's you know, it's a big step for him to get like a new dog. So I'm
Oh, yeah,
happy,
man.
and I hope that it's like just as awesome, you know. So nothing will replace that once best friend though. Like I know that feeling, man. My best dog I've ever owned, Leia, was an American Bulldog, and it was the most amazing dog-human relationship I've ever been able to experience. But like, you know, there was a time. That's why I always say the hard part about pets is if everything goes right, you're gonna outlive them. You know. So,
Yeah.
So it's always sad. But yeah, Tarks 9's a great dude in the community, and definitely a big supporter of comicsgate and so many people. And he's been excited for Unconditional Shove from the moment I met him. So yeah. Oh, he's a teething little monster. Yeah, that phase is.
Oh yeah.
You get a lot of little puncture wounds in your hands.
Or if they're mad at you. I went out of town for a few days, and
yeah,
I
that's-
came back. My dog shredded that JBot hat that I drew on, and I was wearing in my streams.
Yeah.
Mark that fucker.
oh
real-
fuck, that got
Yeah.
destroyed.
Yeah. It was a $3 hat, so that was
Yeah,
was the
well,
prototype.
but you-
that was the test. So,
Hmm.
Like, damn it, you little fucker.
but yeah, I was like, I mean, I'd probably get a better one next time, and then probably get a different type of fabric pen. But
Yeah.
yeah, I came back and I was like, what is this? And I just kept. It was like a trail. Kept finding pieces, and I was like, this is my hat, dude.
He tore my Rembrandt off the wall and pissed
Oh,
on it and tore it
God.
up.
God damn it.
How did he know it was so expensive? The insurance company didn't believe me that it was even there. But
The insurance company will never believe this.
For being gone for a few days,
It was like
it could have been
first
way
words.
worse. Honestly.
That's true. Yeah.
Jay, how many pages are left in the first strip?
I don't know. It seems to be getting longer. I'm thinking 5 to 8 is what I'm thinking for the first story.
And what are you
Uh,
at?
I'm working on thumbs for 3, for
Okay.
page 3.
Right,
And then this is going to be a full page spread.
Odin's
for
trying to
page 4.
leave. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to interrupt you, but
Run
I
for your life.
I'm doing
Yeah,
I'm doing what I always do to Odin, which is like, hold on 1 second, Odin.
yeah, just.
And then he stays a
down.
half an hour later.
All right, gentlemen. Though, have a great night.
Yeah.
Robo, it's good to see you again. It's been a bit. JBot, have a good night, and James, fuck you.
Fuck you too, brother. Much love.
Fuck you.
And
Fuck you.
Night, bud.
I'll-
Good luck.
I'll see you
Good luck
tomorrow for
man.
the shenanigans.
Yeah,
Do it.
exactly. All right, have a good night, fellas. See ya.
Later. So yeah, so I got this was going to be I actually didn't plan on working on this one as long as I did. This was just going to be a layout for like the page 4 of it, which I want to do a single page like.
Are
page.
you still doing the like individual panel pages, or are you doing like full page kind of thingies? Like
I mean, I'm just doing full page. I mean, just regular comic stuff. Except this one's going to be a full page, almost like a spread. It would be like a like a 2-page spread or something. But since I'm going horizontal format, I'm doing them horizontally instead.
okay, gotcha.
So yeah, let me back this up because this is super close.
Do you have an example that you could like show of the? I know you do, but like I'm just curious to see the other, like the page before this or something.
So this is the first. This is the first page I did. I'm probably gonna do 1 or 2 maybe before to lead up to.
Because I
this,
thought,
or this
because
might
I
be
thought it
first
was gonna be like literal. Because the way that you were describing me before, like it put in mind like one panel releases at a time kind of thing.
It was
that
going to
game?
be one page.
Oh, okay, I see. I got you.
So one page, because I was originally, so the original idea was trying to do like a single adventure on maybe like a single page or something, but that was like, well, I don't want to draw small, I want to draw big, and so it just kind of started working out this way. So this is the first page, which was kind of my test page to see how I would do on doing physical inking and blue lines and stuff.
Oh, it looks great.
Yeah.
So this was the first page, and then I finished inking the second page the other
Don't worry,
day.
Robo. Your shit looks fucking better than any of us can do.
There's Lucy. So then I finished doing this is the blue lines for that page, and then this is the inks on the second page.
Yeah,
So right
I
now
still-
3 pages in. So
I still remember when Robo picked me up in his big fucking strong arms
In the rain. Yeah.
in the rain, and he looked at me and he said, "I will draw a cover for you." And then I stretched it as far as I could. I was like, "Will you draw a 6-page anthology story for me?" And he went, "Sure." And then I said, "Do you want to be on the website?" And he went, "Yeah, okay." And then like next, I'm gonna ask him to marry me. Like I'm building up to it.
How far can you stretch it?
How far can I stretch this cock?
So
Well,
then I
what
got
I was
the
what-
third page and then the fourth
what I was
page.
thinking, JBot, what would be cool if you were ever up for it? I want to start releasing. You know how like everybody's doing trading cards.
Mhm.
What I want to do, and I think your comic fits it perfectly, is like I want to do actually like trading cards with bubble gum in it that are
Okay.
like in the wrapper, like in that wax wrapper that we used to get in the fucking 80s and 90s. You know, you go and yeah, well, no, but no, I'm not talking that. I'm talking like you go and buy like the Batman trading or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles trading cards, and there'd be like a stick of gum in it, and you get like 6 cards, right? Everybody's doing the trading cards. It's like you get the trading card. I want to take that a step further and actually do the like series that is like packaged and with the bubble gum and all that shit. And JBot, if you ever want to like fight, like I think your book especially, and what you're doing, fits so well in like even as a promotional materials. No, I'm not saying the whole entire thing, but just like it works so well with the characters that you're developing. I would love to fucking have that conversation.
Oh yeah, oh, absolutely.
Because I think it would be really rad, like, to have that side of things kind of represented. I know that what you're doing is like E for everyone, and I know BCC isn't that, and I know that even though you're BCC adjacent, it's almost like being comicsgate adjacent now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, you're like, I'm retard adjacent. You know, like but like you know, you're still part of the family, so I want to make sure that you're looked after too.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, that'll be great. I mean, even the way it looks too. Like, I mean, what I want to do is focus on my stuff and work on getting my art better. So little projects and stuff like that and things I don't mind. You know, if someone came to me and was like, I want you to draw a 35-page or 30-page comic, I'd be like, nah, man, I don't want to do that.
Well, it's just like with what I showed you guys earlier. I can only do like covers or like a single image. I could never do what Robo's doing and what you're doing in a million years. Well, maybe if I had a million years, I could probably pull it off. But like, because that'd be a lot of time to sit there and just practice. But like, right now, I can't do that. I can focus myself on doing like a single image, and it needs to be something kind of simple too. Like that monkey image, like that Montgomery, like sitting there laughing. Although it looks really fucking cool, it's pretty simple. If you really look at it, it's like, yeah, Other than his like what he's wearing, that took forever.
Mm.
And then 80s, I actually did a quick turnaround on it because like the original version looked like a werewolf, and like I sent it to 80s and Odin, and I was like, "Yes, look at this, because this doesn't look like a monkey. Tell me what to do." And that was like earlier today, and they're like, "This," and I actually ended up being able to fix it very quickly to be able to show it off tonight. But yeah, I can't focus on doing multiples or fucking, I don't know how you guys are doing backgrounds and multiple people is what I was trying to say, and like all this shit, like multiples, that wasn't English. Multiple people in a fight, like I it's beyond me. Maybe one day I'll get there. Maybe one day. And Odin said, just to be clear, James, a more affectionate fuck you has never been uttered. Good night, fellas. I know, Odin. Odin, I know. You didn't even need to say that. You could just be like, fuck off, James. And I'll be like, sure.
Whatever you say, man.
I agree. I should.
Read between the lines.
Read between the lines of my fingers that are sultrily holding your cock.
I wasn't even supposed to work on this one this much. This is just gonna be a thumbnail. It's like,
Well, calm down, sir.
It's fun.
So what's your ETA on these on Robo? What's your ETA on this book? I'm very curious.
There's nothing really right now.
Campaign
I'm
hasn't
trying to-
started yet. Nothing like
No. Nothing yet. But what is it like? It's pretty tentative right now, but I just know it's gonna happen. So I have a lot of work time for this. So I'm trying to make
Robo,
it
seeing as you have a lot of work time, can you open a new page and just let me describe things to you for the final page of Call of Cthulhu? And then you can just start drawing it right now? I'm such an asshole. I don't want to write it. I just want to like. This is the way that I want to work. It's just like being like, okay, so Robo, this is what's going on in this panel. Blah 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 blah. There you go.
speaking of what was that public domain stuff? I was watching. What was I watching? Professionals. Or I was listening to Professionals, and they were saying how Popeye in 2025 is becoming public domain.
He's already public domain in Europe and I think England or some shit.
Okay.
But it's yeah, there's a bunch of shit that it's like Felix the Cat. It's public domain except for like here, or like here and there, because I'm in Canada. But like Canada, and United States. Because originally I was gonna do a Felix the Cat story. Because I had this, I wanted to do a story of like Felix the Cat is like a depressed alcoholic has-been. Because like now it's like nobody knows who the fuck he is.
Mm-hmm.
That was gonna be my public domain story. It was gonna end with him like shooting himself in the head.
That's it.
Like it was gonna be dark as fuck. I was like, oh, I have it. This is gonna be beautiful. 6 pages to get Felix the Cat to kill himself. Done. And then I discovered it's like, oh, it's not public domain everywhere. But like Winnie the Pooh. Oh, by the way, Robo, you can't put the shirt on him.
Oh, shirt. All right.
You can't put the red shirt on him, and like Tigger needs to just look like a stuffed animal. Like they all need to look like stuffed animals or some shit. Anything that looks like what it's Disney with Winnie the Pooh is still owned by Disney.
Okay.
So you can do Winnie the Pooh. You could fucking do whatever the fuck you want with it. Which is, I don't know how that horror movie. There's that stupid looking Winnie the Pooh horror movie coming out. And it is he's wearing the red shirt.
he still kind of vaguely looks like the Disney version. So
Well, you could still. Well, the Disney version. What I would say is like before we get rocking and rolling on that, which needs to be soon apparently, from what I hear. If you look at the drawings from the original Winnie the Pooh, or like whatever, the first version that came out with the drawings in it, you can do that. But like, you put a red shirt on him, you get sued by Disney.
yeah, that's a no-no.
Yeah.
If Disney does it, don't. That's the.
So Robo, the last page of Call of Cthulhu. Let me
Yeah,
explain
yeah.
it to you. So what it is it's a full page spread. You can have a lot of fun with it. It's a full page, and it's adult male and male child backs to frame, right?
Yeah.
Reeling in horror at like this portal that's opening, but like around them all these trees are starting to grow.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you could tell it's like fresh growth. It's like all these fucking gnarly, like what do you call it, bridal bush or whatever, like thorny bushes are starting to grow around them.
Yeah.
And like there's a never-ending forest that's coming out of the portal, and then it's like Pooh, Tigger, fucking whatever the kangaroo fucker's name is, Piglet, Eeyore. They're like all coming out of this portal, or already out. Pooh's already out of the portal. But their true forms have been revealed, and they're like eldritch horrors.
Yeah.
And I leave it up to you however you want to draw that.
Okay.
In terms of what they are as eldritch horrors. The one thing I'll say is like earlier in the story, when Christopher Robin figures out that they're eldritch horrors, is like Pooh gets his head stuck in a fucking honey barrel as he does. You know, as he do usually.
Yeah.
And when he pulls it out, the mask slips off. So, but you don't see what it is.
Okay.
But Christopher Robin does, and then he slips the mask, that Pooh Bear mask, back on, and it's like, Christopher Robin, where are you going?
But
Why
kinda,
are you running
yeah,
away?
What have you seen?
So like, but that last panel, that last page, I wanted to like just own the book. You know, people are like, well, I'm putting this fucker down now. Sorry, JBot. But like, yeah, so it's like these fucking, the main center point of that last page is the eldritch horrors that are, and like you can lean into them being like the bear, the pig, the donkey, like, but just like these horrific fucking creatures. But like Pooh should, like the Pooh creature should be like almost a Cthulhu-esque in stature, like this giant thing, right?
Yeah.
Because the idea is that like we are Earth is the land of milk and honey, and we are the honey.
Oh yeah. It was all for that, like all the.
And there you go,
adventures.
guys. I spoiled the entire
Heyo.
thing on the stream. So now you don't need to read the story.
But still buy the book.
You buy the book, but I mean you can skip Call of Cthulhu. Which I'm not sure why nobody has done that yet, other than me. What are they, retarded?
Oh, they're not. That's why only retards can.
Only
achieve this.
demented minds like James can.
I thought about doing like a mecha Winnie the Pooh would be pretty fucking awesome. Like a robot Winnie the Pooh.
I've been thinking about it for a while, and it didn't hit me until this came up, and I was like, you know, doing a public domain story, whatever. I was like, oh, crossovers, what could I do? And then the two just was like, Call of Cthulhu. Just like, just sings, you know. I'd love to see a mecha version of Winnie the Pooh, though. That'd be really cool too.
Yeah, maybe Christopher Robin gets inside, steers him, or like a steampunk Pooh. I was thinking more like a steampunk robot Pooh.
I get the feeling that like once Call of Cthulhu is read, because as I described, it's like meant to be like the opening chapter of like a book that doesn't exist. I think we're gonna get like demand to write it. Can you guys please just finish this fucking? No.
There was never any plans.
We have
Yeah.
more important things to do.
I want to do like a Dragon Ball Z type Popeye story in 2025.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be awesome.
And I invite you to release that under your familia.
La Familia.
La familia. The familia. BCC. The familia. Man.
Because it's almost like, I mean, a lot of Popeye stuff, it does parody a lot of stuff like that too. Let's just say anime parodies a lot of, not a lot, but like, you know, the whole like, you know, the spinach is almost like, you know, Super Saiyan and shit. And stuff like that.
Yeah, really.
You know, it's almost like they kind of got that stuff from Popeye, where you get beat up and then you get your, you know, you power up to fight, to win the day. You know.
You ever notice that like Tintin and Popeye are like similar, except he's working with Brutus?
Oh yeah, you're right. Now that you say it.
I've never read Tintin.
But are there any racist caricatures in Popeye as well?
There should be. There
Good.
should be racist caricatures in every fucking medium.
So
Not
it's
for the fact that they're racist caricatures, but for the fact that everybody's too fucking sensitive nowadays, and we need to fucking like chill people out. Right? That's all I'm saying. People need to chill the fuck out.
Yeah, let's have a little fun.
Let's say have some fun. Like JBot, I don't think you were there when I announced when I mentioned this, but like Jimmy shows up in issue 2 of Bastards as a cameo. Yeah, and like Jimmy's showing up because listen, if you can't represent people with disabilities in comics truthfully, where they're slobbering morons, then what's the point?
You're not living a complete life.
It's supposed to be entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. It's supposed to be fucking entertainment. I don't know where I don't know when that happened, where entertainment became like, it has to be real and represent reality completely, and like everybody's feelings and like all this shit. It's like, man, entertainment is meant to entertain.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you went back in time and could speak the language of any of these dead fucking civilizations, they had offensive shit too. That people in their cultures were like, that's offensive. And they were like, shut up, you fucking retard.
Well,
I'm
that's the thing,
laughing at this, you know?
You mentioned it like when you call back then. Usually it was like either you got mad or you laugh at it. Like, are you retarded? But the people right now who get mad and like control everything are the people who said like, yeah, I'm retarded. So what? You know, like I'm gonna tell on you. You know, I am. It's like that. You know, it's just like they don't have any humor in them, and they co-opt these things just so I have a one up on you. It's just weird.
What's really fucking weird to me is I saw a tweet earlier and it kind of shook me. And it was like, how is it that the fucking people that grew up on DBZ, Sailor Moon, Power Rangers, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, fucking all this shit, grew up to be the fucking tyrants?
Yeah.
And it's not all of us, but like, it's weird. It is, and it kind of made me go like, really? Like, I need to examine. Why is that? Why did we grow up on? And also, they were like, the people who grew up on Family Guy and South Park are the most offended people on the planet.
Yeah. Fucking weird, man.
Yeah, it's weird. You guys grew up on this shit, and now you're like, my feelings, my fifis. Like,
Yeah, this was the generation after us that started doing bronies and fucking Steven Universe.
well, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre.
That's why my child's going to be taking Taekwondo and be homeschooled and know how to fight for herself. Because everybody's retarded.
And get some culture. Get some. Get some
She's
culture
also
by
going to
eating
go.
some-
She's
eating
going to
some fried
go.
rice.
Oh yeah. She's
Eat
going
some
to
making jerk chicken. You know.
be brother. My wife's side of the family's fucking 100% Hungarian. Like they're pure blood Hungarians. Okay, believe me, she's eating some weird shit. I mean, I'm native, but I don't have any culture in the native community, so I adopted the Italian culture a long time ago, so I just eat spaghetti.
I love spaghetti, dude.
I am probably gonna make some spaghetti right now, to be honest. James is gonna make some spaghetti to this awesome beats. Boom, boom, boom. I said spaghetti, so now I need to go make spaghetti.
Yeah. You've manifested it.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap this stream up right here. It's a 3:15 over here, and I'm off, but I'm sure my daughter's gonna wake up early.
Dude,
Are you
you're not
telling
that
me-
off.
Are you telling me that I'm making spaghetti at 3:15 in the morning?
Yes,
Yes.
you are.
What are you trying to tell me?
I've been there, man. I have been there.
Can't escape it now.
Maybe I'll just make fries.
Ooh. Let's go ahead.
Fries with
and...
the spaghetti. I don't know.
I think we're good with that. And
Well, gents, it's been a pleasure fucking hanging out. My two of my favorite, I should say, folks in CG. And to be a simple meatbag in the presence of the great Robo is fantastic. And to be a simple ginger in the simple world of JBot is also fantastic.
it doesn't get any simpler than me, man.
No, what both you guys are doing, like I'm constantly watching the art that you guys are pumping out. It's incredible. I'm very grateful to the universe that we were all brought together. Very excited to be working with you guys on all kinds of crazy shit moving forward. And it's wild, like, to me. Just like the level of fucking talent that you guys have is just it's humbling. I'm a simple writer and a simple retard.
Oh,
Now's
thanks,
the
I
best
appreciate it.
time to make anything that you like. Now's the best time to make some cock happen.
Yeah.
So
It's the best time. And I love it. My favorite thing about Robo is the fact that he always looks angry. No matter what stream I'm on with Robo, unless he's like pointing at the camera and wiggling his finger, being like, "Welcome to the stream," he always looks so fucking disappointed, like with everybody. And I know why. It's because we're meat. We're meat to this
Camera
man.
project.
exactly. That's how it is.
It's,
Know your place.
No, as long as you know your place, fuck off. But like, gentlemen, I am honored to know both of you. You are two of the finest artists out there in CG right now. Please like, subscribe, and follow both of these gentlemen. And ignore me, because like I'm just a simple ginger that is running a company that is trying to promote these type of fellas. And that's where I want to be. That's eventually James over the next the goal is over the next like 3 years, you're gonna be hearing less and less from me as I just slowly like Homer Simpson through the bush, where I can push you fuckers forward, and you know, like that's what it needs to be because the talent needs to shine, like, and that's what this is all about at the end of the day.
Thanks,
And
man.
Herkimer Diamonds.
And Herkimer Diamonds.
And and I also need to like I'm looking to like retire on that piece of land where I can just sit there and mine Herkimer Diamonds by putting my hand in the sand and make my own Crystal Head vodka.
Oh,
I'm gonna call
that's
it
a way to live.
I'm gonna call it Kakva.
And with that, I'm ending the stream. I'm going to bed. Night, y'all.
Night.